So hey, what's up guys, welcome back to our YouTube channel, and today we will see what if Harry Potter was raised by the King Dragon Ghidorah. So if you're new to this channel, please make sure to subscribe and like the video. And now without any further delay, let's get straight to the video.
The sky over Little Whinging turned the color of a week-old bruise at exactly 17 minutes past 9 on the evening of November the 1st, 1981. Not the gentle gray of English cloud cover, nor the violet of approaching thunder. This was a yellow so deep and sickly, it looked like the heavens were suppurating, oozing infection across the horizon in a slow, cancerous crawl that swallowed every last trace of starlight. Vernon Dursley noticed it first, though he would never admit as much. He was standing at the kitchen window, a half-eaten pork chop cooling on the counter behind him, when the light shifted. One moment the street lamps were casting their familiar amber glow across the hedgerows of Privet Drive. The next they flickered, buzzed, and died, all of them, all at once, as though some great hand had pinched the filaments between thumb and forefinger and squeezed. "Petunia," he said. His voice carried the carefully measured tone of a man who refuses, on principle, to be frightened. The power's gone. Petunia Dursley was upstairs. She had been standing at the nursery window for almost 20 minutes, watching the sky with the rigid posture of a woman who had spent her entire life pretending she didn't know what magic looked like. She knew. She had always known. And the bruised yellow light crawling across the rooftops of Privet Drive didn't look like magic. It looked like something older, something that made magic seem as quaint and tame as a card trick at a children's party. "Vernon," she called back, and her voice was thin as paper. "Come look at the sky." He didn't want to. Every fiber of Vernon Dursley's considerable being was committed to the principle that the sky was the sky, weather was weather, and anything that fell outside those categories was not his bloody problem. But he went, because the alternative was standing alone in a dark kitchen, and the dark had developed a quality he didn't care for. It felt heavy. Thick. The kind of dark that settles into your chest and reminds you that you are a small, fleshy thing in a world that doesn't owe you a damn thing. He climbed the stairs. Each step creaked under his weight, and the sound was swallowed instantly, as though the house itself was holding its breath. When he reached the nursery and looked past Petunia's shoulder, through the window, he saw the sky and said nothing. For perhaps the first time in his adult life, Vernon Dursley had absolutely nothing to say. The yellow had deepened. It was no longer the color of infection. It was the color of gold, molten gold, poured across the sky in great rippling curtains that folded and unfolded like the wings of something vast and patient. The clouds were not moving with the wind. They were moving against it, spiraling inward toward a point directly above Privet Drive with the slow, deliberate precision of a drain pulling water. And then the sound arrived. It didn't come from any direction. It came from everywhere, from the walls, from the floor, from the fillings in Vernon's teeth. A low, subsonic pulse that wasn't really a sound at all but a pressure, a vibration that lived somewhere beneath hearing, in the marrow and the bowel and the soft gray meat of the brain. The windows rattled. The glass in Petunia's china cabinet downstairs shattered with a bright, almost cheerful tinkling. Baby Dudley, asleep in his cot, woke up and began to scream, not the red-faced, furious scream of a hungry infant, but the thin, breathless wail of something that knows, on some primal cellular level, that a predator is near. Outside, the barometric pressure was dropping at a rate that would have made a meteorologist weep. Dogs were howling 3 streets over. Car alarms sang in ragged chorus. A crack ran up the Dursleys' front window with a sound like a knuckle popping, and Vernon watched it spread with the slow inevitability of a fault line. The air tasted of copper, then ozone, then something else, something metallic and alien that coated the back of the throat like cold mercury. "We need to leave," Petunia whispered. She was holding Dudley now, clutching him to her chest so hard the boy could barely breathe. Her eyes were fixed on the sky. "Vernon, we need to leave right now." Vernon opened his mouth. What came out was not words but a low, strangled sound, because the spiraling clouds had stopped moving, and in the eye of that impossible golden storm, something was descending. It was not an arrival. Arrivals imply a journey, a departure, a before and an after separated by the mundane mechanics of travel. This was an incursion, a breach in the membrane between the terrestrial and whatever lay beyond it, in the black spaces between stars where light went to die. The first thing the residents of Privet Drive would remember, those who survived the night, those whose minds held together well enough to form coherent memories, was the gravity. Not the pull of it, but the push. A wave of force rolled outward from the center of the storm like a shockwave in reverse, and every fence post, every garden gnome, every blade of grass on Privet Drive was flattened. Not blown, pressed. Crushed against the earth by a weight that had no visible source, as though God himself had leaned down and placed his thumb on the neighborhood. The Dursleys' roof went first. It didn't fly off. It collapsed inward, the tiles and joists and insulation compressed into a dense disk of material that hit the ground floor with enough force to crack the foundation. Vernon grabbed Petunia. Petunia grabbed Dudley. They ran, stumbling, half-blind, through a house that was folding itself flat like a cardboard box being stepped on. They made it to the front garden. They did not make it to the street. The shape came down through the clouds, and the word shape is used deliberately because the human eye refused to process what it was seeing as a creature. It was too large, too wrong. The brain, confronted with a biological entity that blotted out the sky, defaulted to architecture. The silhouette of a cathedral, perhaps, or a mountain range in sudden, terrible motion. Wings that spanned the width of Privet Drive from end to end. Membranes of dark gold that caught the light of the storm and threw it back in fractal patterns. 3 necks, each as thick as a London bus, rising from a torso that seemed to be made of living metal, scales the color of ancient treasure, overlapping in patterns that hurt to look at directly, as though each one was tuned to a frequency the eye was not meant to receive. 3 heads. 3 pairs of eyes that burned a steady, hellish crimson. 3 mouths that opened, and from each one came a sound, not a roar, not a screech, but a harmony, a chord played on instruments that should not exist. 3 notes sung simultaneously in frequencies that shattered glass and stopped hearts and rewrote the fundamental operating assumptions of every living thing within a mile radius. King Ghidorah touched down on Privet Drive, and the street ceased to exist. Not destroyed, displaced. The asphalt liquefied under the gravitational distortion of his landing. The houses on either side of number 4 folded sideways, their foundations shearing, their walls buckling. Number 4 itself was already gone, reduced to a flat smear of brick dust and broken furniture beneath one of the Titan's feet. The displacement was so total, so absolute, that there was nothing to burn, nothing to collapse. The house was simply unwritten from the physical record of the world. And somewhere in that annihilation, in the crumpled wreckage of what had been a perfectly ordinary nursery in a perfectly ordinary house, something cried out, not Dudley, not Vernon, not Petunia. They were gone, compressed into silence by the same gravitational pulse that had flattened the fences. They had not suffered. There had not been time for suffering. The sound that rose from the rubble was small and fierce, and shot through with something that did not belong to a human infant, a resonance, a vibration, a hum that lived beneath the scream like a bass line beneath a melody. It was the sound of raw, magical energy, unformed and directionless, pouring out of a baby who had been marked by death and saturated in his mother's sacrificial love, and it cut through the apocalyptic din of Ghidorah's arrival like a needle through silk. The 3 heads stopped. The crimson eyes swiveled. And for the first time in 10,000 years of interstellar predation, King Ghidorah paused. The discovery, the middle head, the one the old stories from a dozen dead civilizations had called the leader, the prime, the voice of the storm, lowered itself first. Slowly. The neck telescoped downward with a mechanical grace that belied its organic nature, each vertebra clicking into place like the segments of a collapsing antenna, until the great golden skull was hovering perhaps 10 feet above the wreckage. The eyes narrowed. Steam vented from the nostrils in twin plumes that smelled of sulfur and ionized air. Ikai, wait, listen, do you hear it? The small thing sings. The right head, the aggressor, the warthroat, the one that had never in all its long and bloody existence encountered a problem it couldn't solve by biting, jerked forward with considerably less patience. Its jaws parted, revealing rows of teeth that were less teeth and more geological formations, serrated ridges of biometallic bone that crackled with residual electricity. Nigh, meat, small meat, eat it. Why are we stopping for meat, Ikai? Because the meat sings, brother. When was the last time meat sang to you? Nigh had no answer for that, which was unusual. Nigh always had an answer, and it was almost always some variation of bite it, crush it, burn it. The silence that followed Ikai's question stretched between the heads like a held breath. The left head, the youngest, the strangest, the one that the other two tolerated with the exasperated affection of elder siblings burdened with a sibling who refused to take the end of the world seriously, had already found the source of the sound. While Ikai analyzed and Nigh bristled, San had wound his neck through a gap in the rubble with the gentle, curious persistence of a cat investigating a cardboard box. And now his massive golden snout was hovering inches above a bundle of cloth. The bundle moved. A tiny hand emerged from the blanket, pink, impossibly small, fingers curling and uncurling in the dusty air. And that hand touched the tip of San's snout. San, brothers, look, it touched me. The small thing touched me. It is looking at me with its tiny wet eyes, and it touched me. Nigh, recoil, it could be a trap. San, it is a baby, Nigh. What trap does a baby set, Nigh? A baby on a dead world once killed 17 of the spore hives on Kellyan 9. Never trust small things. Ikai, silence, both of you. The Prime lowered his head further until his eye, a crimson disk the size of a dinner table, was level with the infant. The baby stared back. It did not cry. It did not flinch. The lightning scar on its forehead, still fresh, still raw, was glowing with a faint green light that pulsed in time with the child's heartbeat, and around that pulse something else was happening. The air was thickening. Not with gravity, Ghidorah knew gravity the way a fish knows water, but with something else. Something terrestrial. Something that tasted, to the Titan's ancient senses, like a memory of a world he had eaten long ago, a world where the inhabitants had bent the laws of physics through sheer biological stubbornness. Ikai, magic. The creatures of this world call it magic. I have tasted it before on the breath of the old serpent men in the hollow places. But this is different. This is raw, unformed, infinite potential trapped in a vessel of flesh and bone. Nigh, so eat it. Consume the energy, add it to our reserves. We have a planet to terraform. Ikai, no. The word, the thought, landed between them with the finality of a gavel. Ikai did not explain himself. He did not need to. Among the triumvirate, the Prime's word was law, not because Nigh and San were incapable of rebellion, but because Ikai was right often enough that rebellion was generally more trouble than it was worth. Ikai, this creature is not food. It is a bridge, a conduit. Do you not feel it? The energy that pours from it resonates with our own frequency. It sings in the key of the storm. This world's magic is locked in channels too narrow for us to access, wands, incantations, the petty rituals of frightened apes. But this child is a door, San, a door to what? Ikai, to everything this world is hiding. There was a long pause. The storm howled overhead, golden lightning stabbing at the ruined street in spasmodic bursts. Somewhere in the distance, sirens wailed, thin and useless against the weight of what was happening. Nigh, you want to keep it, like a pet. Ikai, I want to raise it, like a weapon. San, can I name it? Nigh, no, San, I want to name it. I am naming it. Nigh, San, I will bite your neck. Ikai, enough. The child already has a designation. It is written on the cloth. San looked down. The blanket wrapped around the infant was embroidered with 2 words in neat human script. He sounded them out slowly, the syllables strange and soft in the metallic echo chamber of the hive mind. San, har, rai, pot, Harry Potter is that a strong name, it does not sound like a strong name. It sounds like a noise you make when you sneeze. Ikai, names are irrelevant, power is relevant. And this Harry Potter is going to be very, very powerful. The Prime closed his jaws around the bundle, gently, with a precision that seemed impossible for a creature whose bite force could shear through tectonic plates, and lifted the infant from the rubble. The baby gurgled. It did not cry. Its tiny hand reached up and grabbed one of Ikai's teeth, and the scar on its forehead flared green, and for a single heartbeat, the storm above Privet Drive intensified to a pitch that registered on seismographs in Aberdeen. Then the wings spread. The air cracked. And King Ghidorah rose, carrying the last Potter into the sky, into the golden mouth of the storm, and was gone. Below, Privet Drive smoldered. The houses on either side of number 4 sagged into their foundations like deflated balloons. Car alarms screamed into the void. And in the morning, when the emergency services finally arrived, when the crater was measured and the survivors were counted, and the meteorologists began arguing about atmospheric anomalies, no one thought to ask about the baby. No one remembered the baby at all, except one man. An old man with a long silver beard and half-moon spectacles, standing on the corner of Magnolia Crescent, watching the column of golden light recede into the stratosphere with an expression that was not shock, not fear, but something much worse: recognition. Albus Dumbledore watched the sky close behind the Titan, and for the first time in a century, he felt the cold, crawling certainty that he had lost a game he didn't even know he was playing. "Oh," he whispered to the empty street. "Oh, my dear boy, what have you fallen into?" The street didn't answer. The sirens wailed on, and the golden light was gone. The hollow earth, 10 years there exists beneath the skin of the world, a place that no map has ever charted and no satellite has ever seen. It is not underground in the way that caves and mines are underground, not a pocket of darkness carved into rock. It is a world within the world, a vast inverted cathedral of bioluminescent stone and superheated ocean, lit by a core of radiation so ancient it predates the formation of the solar system. The hollow earth, the cradle of the Titans, the place where gods went to sleep and forgot to die. It was here, on a plateau of black volcanic glass overlooking a sea that glowed like liquid amber, that Harry Potter grew up. He did not grow up as a human child grows up. There were no bedtime stories, no warm baths, no spoonfuls of mashed carrot pushed toward a reluctant mouth. There were no walls, no ceilings, no concept of indoors. The sky, if you could call the luminous stone canopy of the hollow earth a sky, was permanently the color of a dying ember, casting everything in shades of red and gold. The air was thick with moisture and the smell of ancient growing things. The fungal forests and crystal ferns that had been photosynthesizing off radiation since before the dinosaurs were a twinkle in evolution's eye. Harry slept in the curve of Sand's neck. This was not a choice he had made consciously. It was simply the warmest spot available on an island populated by a 3-headed extraterrestrial dragon and approximately 10 million forms of life that wanted to eat him. Sand's neck radiated a steady 47 degrees Celsius, lethal for an ordinary child, but Harry had stopped being ordinary the moment he'd been carried into the storm. His skin had adapted within the first year. The first golden scale appeared on his 3rd birthday, a single perfect tessellation between his shoulder blades, and by the time he was 5. They had spread to cover most of his spine in a ridge of metallic armor that caught the bioluminescent light and threw it back in patterns that mirrored the aurora. His eyes changed too. The green of his mother's sacrifice remained, but it was threaded now with veins of amber that expanded when he was angry and contracted when he was calm, like the iris of a predator adjusting to the light. His body temperature ran at a steady 42 degrees. His bones were denser than titanium. His heartbeat, when measured by the bioelectric sensors of the hollow Earth's ambient radiation field, registered not as a human cardiac rhythm, but as a low-frequency electromagnetic pulse. He was, by any biological metric, no longer entirely human. And he was happy. Harry, age 5. The Meyer squid was the size of a London taxi, and it was angry. Its tentacles, 12 of them, each tipped with a beak-like claw that could shear through stone, thrashed across the surface of the swamp as Harry circled it, barefoot, knee-deep in bioluminescent mud that stuck to his golden-scaled calves like warm tar. "It's faster than me," Harry said aloud. He had learned to speak primarily from Ikai's telepathic projections, grand, formal sentences that tended toward the declarative. And as a result, his speech pattern at 5 years old was less toddler and more Victorian general. "Nigh, then be faster. Why are you talking about it? Move." Harry moved. The squid's tentacle whipped toward his head. He ducked, not gracefully, not with the fluid economy of motion he would develop later, but with the raw, scrambling desperation of a 5-year-old who did not want to lose his face. The tentacle whistled past his ear. He grabbed it. The beak claw snapped at his fingers and broke against the golden scales on his knuckles with a sound like cracking porcelain. Harry grinned. It was not a human grin, too wide, too many teeth. He pulled. The squid came with it, yanked bodily out of the swamp in a great spray of luminous mud. Harry swung it overhead, a 5-year-old, swinging a creature 3 times his size, and slammed it into the volcanic glass with enough force to leave a crater. The squid twitched once and went still. "Nigh, adequate. You telegraph your movements. A blind worm could have evaded you." "San, I thought it was wonderful. You did the thing with the pulling. I like the pulling." "Nigh, San, please, San, what? I am being supportive." "Ikai says we should be supportive." "Nigh, Ikai says we should forge the child into an instrument of cosmic dominion. Supportive is not the same as soft." "San, you are just angry because the squid bit you last week." Nigh said nothing, which was as good as a confession. Harry dragged the squid back to the nesting ground, leaving a trail of glowing slime. He ate it raw, cross-legged on the obsidian, tearing into the rubbery flesh with teeth that were, by now, slightly sharper than was anatomically comfortable for a human jaw. The meat tasted of copper and static. Everything in the hollow earth tasted of copper and static. He missed nothing of the human world, because he had never known it. Later that evening, after the squid was bones and the mist had begun to fall, Harry sat on the edge of the plateau with his legs dangling over the amber sea. San was beside him, or rather, San's head was beside him, the great golden skull resting on the obsidian like a car parked on a cliff edge. The crimson eye was half-closed, dreamy, watching the bioluminescent plankton drift across the water's surface in slow spirals. "San, Harry, do the small creatures on the surface eat squids too? I don't know, probably." "Ikai says they eat anything they can catch and most things they can't." "San, interesting. Do they eat them raw, with the tentacles still moving? Because that is the best way. When the tentacles still move, they tickle your throat and it feels funny." "San, you don't have a throat, you have a gravity beam conduit." "San, it feels like a throat, and it feels like a tickle. Do not gatekeep my sensory experiences, Harry." Harry laughed again. The sound bounced off the cavern walls and came back warmer, like the hollow earth itself was amused. Nye's head, coiled on the far side of the plateau in a posture of aggressive rest, cracked one eye open. "Nye, if you two are finished discussing the gastrointestinal implications of cephalopod consumption, the boy needs to practice his gravity anchoring before the next radiation cycle." "San, Nye, he is 5. Nye and I was conquering binary star systems at 5. Standards, San, standards." Harry pushed himself to his feet, stretched, his spine popping with a sound like small fireworks as the golden scales shifted, and padded back toward the training ground. He did not complain. Complaining was a concept he had never been taught, because the Titan vocabulary did not contain a word for it. You were hungry, so you hunted. You were tired, so you slept. You were weak, so you trained. There were no intermediary emotional states between problem and solution. It was, in its own brutal way, the simplest and most functional childhood imaginable. Harry, age 7. The lightning would not come. Harry stood on the highest point of the island, a jagged fang of volcanic rock that jutted over the amber sea, with his arms outstretched and his jaw clenched and every cell in his body screaming at the sky to open up and give him what he wanted. The air around him shimmered with heat. The scales along his spine were raised and crackling, tiny arcs of static jumping between them like the restless energy of a Tesla coil. But no lightning, no beam, no golden devastation pouring from his palms the way it poured from the mouths of his fathers. "I can't do it," he said, and the words tasted like ash. "Ikai, you are trying to pull the energy from the sky. This is wrong." Ikai's head descended from the clouds. The Titan was so large that the heads often occupied different altitudes and settled beside the rock. The crimson eye regarded Harry with something that might have been patience, or might have been the predatory calm of a creature that measured time in geological epochs and could afford to wait. "Ikai, you are not a wizard, child. You do not beg the universe for permission and hope it answers. You are a conduit. The energy is already inside you, in the reactor I placed at your core the night I lifted you from the ashes of your birth nest. You do not pull the lightning from the sky, you push it out from within." "I don't understand," Harry said. He was frustrated. Frustration, he had learned, was dangerous. When he was frustrated, things broke, rocks cracked, the ambient temperature rose. Once, at age 6, he had thrown a tantrum so violent it had generated a localized gravity well that crushed a 300-ton stalactite into a diamond the size of his fist. "Ikai, close your eyes. Feel the weight of yourself, not your body, your mass. You are made of the same matter as the stars that birthed us. That matter wants to move, it wants to fall, it wants to collide. Let it." Harry closed his eyes. He felt it, not a thought, not an intention, but a pressure. A density at the center of his chest, where his sternum met his ribs, where a wizard would have said his magical core resided. But it wasn't a core, it was a furnace. A reactor running on the collision between terrestrial magic and extraterrestrial radiation, producing an energy output that had no name in any human language. He pushed. The lightning came. Not from the sky, from him. It erupted from his outstretched hands in 2 branching arcs of gold that screamed across the surface of the amber sea and vaporized a column of water 60 feet high. The shockwave flattened the crystal ferns on the far shore. The sound was a physical thing, a wall of noise that echoed off the cavern ceiling and came back as thunder. Harry stood there, shaking, his hands smoking, his eyes wide and blazing amber. The sea was still boiling where the beams had struck. "Harry, that was beautiful. Do it again. Do it again. Hit the big rock, nigh, acceptable. The beam coherence needs refinement. You scattered at 40 meters. But acceptable. Ikai, you see, you do not ask, you do not beg, you are not a wand waver, you are a force of nature, and forces of nature do not request permission to exist." Harry looked down at his hands. The golden scales had spread to his palms. They were warm, alive, humming. "Again," he said, and he did it again, and again. And by the time the hollow earth's ambient light had dimmed to its version of night, the amber sea had a new bay, carved into the coastline by the gravity beams of a 7-year-old boy who was learning, with each passing day, that the word impossible was just a sound that small things made when they encountered something bigger than their understanding. Harry, age 8, the tremor came without warning. Harry was swimming in the shallows of the amber sea, a daily ritual that Nye insisted on because a predator who cannot move through water is a predator who dies on land when the cavern floor bucked beneath him. The sea heaved. A wave the color of molten honey rose and threw him sideways, tumbling him across the submerged rocks like a rag doll. He caught himself on a coral formation, clinging to its crystalline surface as the world shuddered and groaned. On the plateau, Ghidorah's body rose. All 3 heads snapped upward simultaneously, nostrils flaring, eyes blazing. The tremor was not geological, it was biological. Something was moving through the deep tunnels beneath the island, something massive enough to displace the magma channels that fed the hollow Earth's ambient light. "Ikai, intruder." Western tunnel, moving fast, nigh, finally, Something to kill, San. Harry, get out of the water. Get out of the water now. Harry didn't need to be told twice. He launched himself from the sea on a burst of gravity, a crude, explosive jump that sent him 30 feet into the air and deposited him on the obsidian plateau with enough force to crack the stone beneath his feet. He was dripping, panting, his golden scales flared and crackling with static. The thing that emerged from the western tunnel was a titan. Not one of the old ones, not one of the sleeping gods whose bones formed the architecture of the hollow earth, but a juvenile, a creature perhaps 300 years old. With a body like a centipede crossed with a cathedral and a hide of black chitin that absorbed the ambient light and threw back nothing. It was eyeless, it navigated by vibration, and it was very, very hungry. Let me fight it, Harry said. Ikai, no, I can take it. It's not even, Ikai, you cannot. It outmasses you by a factor of 9,000. You would die. Stand back and observe. There is more to be learned from watching a kill than from making one. Harry clenched his jaw. The urge to disobey was powerful, a hot, thrumming pulse in his chest that wanted nothing more than to throw himself at the black thing and tear until it stopped moving. But Ikai's voice carried weight. Not the weight of authority, Harry didn't obey because he was told to, but the weight of being consistently, infuriatingly correct, so he watched. What followed was not a battle, it was an education. Gidorah engaged the juvenile titan with the systematic brutality of a creature that had been perfecting the art of killing for longer than Earth, had possessed an atmosphere. Nigh struck first, always nigh, the warthroat, the head that existed for the singular purpose of making other things stop existing. And his jaws closed on the centipede thing's midsection with a crunch that echoed off every surface in the cavern. The creature screamed, a sound like metal being tortured, and thrashed. Its tail whipped around and caught San across the jaw, staggering him. San, oh, that was rude. Ikai didn't waste time on pain. The Prime opened his jaws and the gravity beam came, not a bolt, not a burst, but a sustained, focused column of golden light that hit the creature's head and simply unmade it. The chitin evaporated, the flesh beneath boiled away. The bone turned to powder. The beam lasted 4 seconds. When it stopped, the creature's body toppled sideways and slid into the amber sea, trailing smoke. Harry watched the corpse sink. His hands were trembling, not with fear, with want. Ikai, what did you observe? Harry thought about it, carefully. The way Ikai had taught him to think, not in emotions but in vectors, in angles, in the cold mathematics of force applied to mass. Nye anchored it, fixed it in place so it couldn't dodge. San drew its attention. And you killed it while it was focused on the wrong head. 3 directions. 3 functions, 1 kill. Ikai, correct. What is the lesson? That even an apex predator uses strategy. Power without coordination is just noise. Ikai, good, you are learning. When you are older you will be the 4th vector, the one they never see coming, the silent one, the one that ends it. Harry looked up at the Prime. The crimson eye looked down at him. And in that moment something passed between them, not love, not in the way San loved, but recognition, respect. The acknowledgement of one predator to another that neither needed to explain. Harry nodded once. Sharp and clean as a blade. I'll be ready, he said. Ikai, I know you will. Harry, age 10. It was raining in the hollow earth. Not water. The condensation in the upper reaches of the cavern was a fine mist of irradiated minerals that fell in slow, glittering curtains, coating everything in a thin film of bioluminescent dew. Harry lay curled in the hollow of San's neck, wrapped in the ambient heat of the Titan's body, watching the mist fall through half-closed eyes. San was humming. Not a melody. Titans did not do melodies, but a low, resonant vibration that lived more in the bones than in the ears, a frequency that Harry had learned to associate with contentment. San hummed when he was happy. San was happy a lot, which was remarkable for a head attached to a body that had eaten civilizations. San, Harry, San, what is a mother? Harry opened his eyes. The question was unexpected. San asked unexpected questions frequently. He had an insatiable, puppyish curiosity about human concepts that he absorbed from the residual psychic impressions left in Harry's blood, but this one landed differently. Heavier. Why do you ask, San? I found the word in your old memories, the deep ones. From before us. There is a woman with red hair and the word mother is attached to her and the memory tastes like, I don't know the word, warm but also sharp, like biting something sweet. Harry was quiet for a long time. The mist fell, San's neck pulsed with warmth. Somewhere below, on the nesting ground, Ikai and Nai were engaged in their nightly ritual of staring at the ambient radiation patterns and arguing about which continental plate to destabilize next. A mother is the one who makes you, Harry said finally. She carries you, protects you, feeds you. Humans have them. San, do you miss yours? No, I don't remember her. I know she existed. Ikai showed me the memory. He says she died protecting me, but I don't miss her. I don't know how to miss something I never had. San, I think I am your mother, Harry laughed. It was a rare sound, not because he was unhappy, but because laughter was a human reflex, and Harry's reflexes were increasingly non-human. But San had a talent for dragging it out of him. You're a 60,000-ton extraterrestrial dragon with a confirmed kill count in the billions, San. San, yes, and I am also your mother. These things are not contradictory. Nai, I can hear you both. I want you to know that I can hear you, and I am choosing not to respond because the level of emotional vulnerability in this conversation makes me physically ill. San, Nai is jealous because he is the uncle and I am the mother. Nai, I will bite your neck, San. Ikai, no one is biting anyone's neck. San, you are not the child's mother. You are his guardian. There is a distinction. San, there is no distinction. I guard him and I love him. That is what mothers do. I read it in his blood memories. Ikai fell silent. This was not the silence of authority. It was the silence of a being confronted with an argument it could not refute through logic or force. Love was not a concept in the Titan operating system. Dominance, yes. Territorial bonding, yes. Pack hierarchy, certainly. But love, the irrational, sacrificial, biologically inexplicable love of a mother for a child, was an alien concept, and yet San felt it. Whatever the word for it was in the frequency language of the Titans, San felt it for the small, golden-scaled boy who slept in the curve of his neck and called him by name and was, by every measure that mattered, his. Harry reached up and pressed his palm against San's jaw. The scales were warm. The vibration was steady. Good night, San, he said. San, good night, little storm. Harry closed his eyes. The mist fell. The hollow earth breathed around them, vast and ancient and utterly indifferent to the small miracle of love happening on its surface. And in the quiet, in the warmth, in the glow, the boy who had once been Harry Potter slept and dreamed of nothing at all, because predators dream only when they are afraid, and Harry Potter was afraid of nothing. The letter, the owl, came on a Tuesday. Harry was perched on the western ridge of the island, watching the amber sea churn beneath a radiation storm that had been building for 3 days. He was shirtless. Clothing, he had learned, was a human convention that served no practical purpose when your skin could withstand temperatures that would melt lead, and his golden-scaled back caught the light of the storm in rippling waves. He was taller than most 10-year-olds. Leaner. The baby fat had burned off years ago, replaced by a wiry musculature that moved under his skin with the fluid efficiency of a predator who has never known a day without physical exertion. He was practicing his gravity beams. Short bursts, controlled, precise, surgical. Ikai had been drilling him on coherence for months. A beam that scatters is a tantrum, the Prime had said. A beam that focuses is a sentence. Harry was learning to speak in single, devastating sentences. The bolt of gold left his right hand and struck a pillar of rock 200 meters across the water. The pillar didn't explode. It disintegrated silently, completely, its molecular bonds unraveling under the focused gravitational shear until it was nothing but a fine dust that settled on the surface of the sea like pollen. Ikai, better. The dispersal pattern was clean. You are learning restraint. Restraint is boring. Harry said, Ikai, restraint is the difference between a king and a beast. Remember that, Harry was about to respond when the owl appeared. It shouldn't have been possible. The entrance to the hollow earth, the vortex tunnel that connected the surface world to the cavern system, was protected by a passive bioelectric field generated by Ghidorah's resting body. The field was strong enough to scramble the navigation systems of military aircraft. It should have been more than strong enough to deter a bird, but the owl was not deterred. It was a tawny owl, small, determined, and enchanted with navigation spells so old and so potent that they had been woven into the bird's DNA by generations of selective magical breeding. It punched through the outer field with its feathers smoking, banked hard to avoid a stalactite the size of Big Ben, and arrowed toward Harry with the single-minded tenacity of a creature that had been given a letter and would deliver that letter or die trying. It made it to within 30 feet of Harry before the inner field caught it. The bird didn't burn. It simply stopped, mid-wing beat, mid-breath, as the bioelectric charge overwhelmed its nervous system. It hung in the air for a single surreal moment, a small brown bird frozen against the glowing backdrop of the hollow earth, and then it fell. It hit the volcanic glass with a soft, final thud. A thin wisp of smoke curled from its wingtip. Harry stared at it. He descended from the ridge, not climbing, not jumping, but lowering himself on a cushion of manipulated gravity that set him down beside the dead bird with the gentle precision of a leaf falling in still air. He crouched. The owl was still warm. Clutched in its talons was a piece of parchment, yellowed, thick, sealed with a blob of red wax stamped with a coat of arms that Harry did not recognize. He pried the letter free. The parchment felt strange in his fingers, fragile, organic, soaked in a magic so different from his own that it tingled against his scales like static from a wool jumper. He turned it over. The address was written in emerald green ink in a neat, precise hand, Mr. H. Potter the nesting ground the hollow earth. Harry's eyebrows rose. Whoever had sent this knew where he was. That was unexpected. And in Harry's experience, unexpected things were either food or threats, and this didn't smell like food. He broke the seal and read. The letter was an invitation. A school, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, was offering him a place to learn magic. There was a list of supplies, a date, a platform number. It was written in the tone of someone who expected gratitude. Harry read it twice. Then he stood and carried it to Ikai. The Prime's head was resting on the obsidian plateau, eyes half closed, the massive body stretched across the island in a posture of deceptive repose. Ikai did not sleep. He observed, he calculated, he waited. Harry sometimes wondered if Ikai had ever been surprised by anything in his entire existence. A letter came, Harry said. He held up the parchment. From the surface, a school for magic users. Ikai's eye opened. The crimson iris contracted, focused, and then, in a display of cognitive ability that no human had ever witnessed, the Prime read the entire letter by absorbing the psychic imprint of the ink. Every word, every nuance, every drop of intent that the writer had imbued into the parchment was consumed in a single blink. Ikai, Hogwarts. Yes, I know this place. It sits on a confluence of ley lines, raw magical energy, channeled through stone and earth. The old serpent wizard built his chamber there. The old lion wizard built his tower. They are territorial, these wand wavers. They build their nests on the richest ground and pretend it is philosophy. Do I go? Harry asked. It was not a question of desire. Harry had no desire to learn magic from humans. He had no desire to sit in a classroom, or wear a uniform, or be told what to do by creatures who could not survive a fall from a moderate height. The question was strategic. Harry had learned strategy from Ikai, and strategy demanded information. Ikai, you go, Nai, why? The boy has nothing to gain from these insects. Ikai, you are wrong, brother. The boy has everything to gain. This Hogwarts sits atop more concentrated magical energy than any point on this planet's surface. The ley lines that feed it are old, older than the castle, older than the wand wavers, perhaps older than us. To claim that ground is to claim the heart of this world's magic, and claiming hearts is what we do, San. Also, there will be other small things there. Harry can make friends, human friends. With the soft skin and the talking, Nye, friends are a vulnerability, San. Friends are wonderful, and you would know that if you ever tried having one, Nye, I have friends. You and Ikai are my friends, San. We are literally attached to you. We don't count. Harry listened to them bicker. It was a familiar sound, the cadence of the hive mind when it disagreed, three vast intelligences arguing in a frequency that would have liquefied a human brain. He loved it. It was the closest thing he had to music. I'll go, he said. I'll see what they have, and if it's useful, I'll take it. And if it's not, Ikai, then you will take it anyway, because that is what kings do. They do not leave resources unclaimed. Remember, child, you are not going to learn, you are going to conquer. The classroom is merely the first territory. Harry looked down at the letter again. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. A castle full of wand wavers who thought they understood magic because they could make feathers float and teacups dance. A world of rules and robes and reverence for things that were, by any cosmic standard, utterly insignificant. He folded the letter and slipped it into the waistband of his trousers, the only article of clothing he wore, and only because San had insisted that humans covered themselves and he should at least make an effort. Hogwarts, he said, tasting the word. It sat strangely on his tongue, like a sound from a dream he'd never had. I wonder if they're ready, San. Ready for what? Harry smiled. The golden light of the hollow earth played across his face, catching the scales on his jaw, the amber threads in his green eyes, the scar on his forehead that still, after all these years, pulsed with the ghost of a dead woman's love. For me, he said. And somewhere above them, above the hollow earth, above the oceans and the continents and the thin blue membrane of the atmosphere, the sky waited. The clouds drifted. The world turned, blissfully ignorant of the fact that the most dangerous thing in its history was about to enroll in school. The storm was coming. It had always been coming. Albus Dumbledore had not slept in 11 years. That was not entirely true. He had slept in the biological sense. His body required it, as all mortal bodies did, and he had learned long ago that a mind deprived of rest made errors that no amount of brilliance could excuse. But the sleep he'd managed, since the night privet drive had been swallowed by the golden storm, was the shallow, treacherous kind. The kind where you close your eyes and immediately find yourself standing on the corner of Magnolia Crescent, watching a pillar of light ascend into the stratosphere, carrying a child into the arms of something that should not exist. The kind where you wake at 3 in the morning with your wand in your hand and the taste of ozone in your throat, and you sit in the dark for an hour convincing yourself that the feeling in your stomach is indigestion and not terror. 11 years. 11 years of scrying. 11 years of dispatching owls into the void and receiving nothing back but silence, or worse, the charred remains of talons and a faint smell of ionized air. 11 years of Minerva McGonagall looking at him across the staff table with those sharp, accusatory eyes that said, without saying, "You lost him. You left him on that doorstep and something took him and you lost him." She was right. He had lost Harry Potter. And now, standing at the edge of a storm that occupied an area roughly the size of Wales, watching it churn and pulse with golden lightning that struck the sea in rhythmic, almost biological patterns, Dumbledore was beginning to understand that lost might have been an understatement. He had come alone. This was a decision he had debated for 3 weeks, consulting with portraits and pensive memories, and on one particularly desperate afternoon, a bottle of Ogden's old fire whiskey. The arguments for bringing reinforcements were sound. Whatever had taken Harry was demonstrably more powerful than anything in recorded magical history. The arguments against were simpler. If whatever had taken Harry perceived a threat, it might respond with the same force that had erased Privet Drive from the map. Dumbledore did not want to be responsible for another erasure. So he stood alone on a cliff face in the North Atlantic, his purple robes whipping in a wind that carried the smell of copper and deep earth minerals, and he looked at the wall of the storm. It was not a natural formation. It was a perimeter, a territory marker. The kind of thing a dragon might project around its hoard if the dragon were the size of a small country and its hoard were a stolen child. Dumbledore took a breath. He adjusted his spectacles. He stepped into the storm. The first thing that hit him was the pressure, not wind, not rain. Pressure, a gravitational force that pushed against his shielding charms with the patient, grinding inevitability of tectonic plates. His ears popped. The joints in his fingers ached. His half-moon spectacles cracked down the middle, and he repairowed them without thinking, an old reflex honed by a century of minor catastrophes. The second thing that hit him was the bioelectric field. It laced the air inside the storm like a net of invisible wire, and where it touched his skin, it burned. Not badly, not yet, but with the persistent, warning sting of offense designed to keep things out. His shield charm absorbed most of it, but the residual charge set his beard crackling and turned the silver hairs on his arms to tiny needles of static. He pushed through. Dumbledore was many things, old, tired, afraid, frequently wrong, but he was not a man who turned back. He walked through the outer wall of the storm with his wand raised and his occlumency shields locked into place, and when he emerged on the other side, he found himself looking down at a landscape that had no business existing in the North Atlantic. The island was volcanic. Black glass, mostly, interspersed with fissures that glowed a dull, angry orange. The vegetation, what little there was, consisted of crystal formations that grew like ferns, refracting the ambient stormlight into fractals of gold and amber. The air was hot, thick. It tasted of sulfur and electricity. And at the island's center, curled around a plateau of obsidian like a cat around a patch of sunlight, was the largest living thing Albus Dumbledore had ever seen. He knew what it was. He had consulted every text in the Hogwarts library, every document in the Department of Mysteries, every faded cave painting in the Norwegian Ministry's deep archives. The Muggles called it King Ghidorah. The old Norse wizards had called it Gullveigr, the Gold Weeper. The Japanese Mahaukai had simply called it the End. 3 heads, 3 necks, wings of dark gold that were folded against a body the size of a mountain range, scales that shimmered with an internal light source that had nothing to do with the sun. It was asleep, or dormant, or waiting. With a creature like this, the distinction was academic, and standing on the jagged cliff edge directly ahead of him, silhouetted against the golden sky, was a boy. The confrontation Harry had known the old man was coming since the moment he'd entered the outer storm wall. The bioelectric field was not just a barrier, it was a sensor grid. Every disturbance, every fluctuation in charge, every ripple in the ambient gravitational field was transmitted to him through the network of golden scales that ran along his spine. He felt the wizards approach the way a spider feels a fly touch its web, precisely, completely, and with a detached curiosity about what the fly intended to do next. He did not turn around when Dumbledore crested the ridge behind him. He waited. Predators did not rush to greet their visitors. Predators let their visitors come to them. Harry Potter, the old man said. The voice was gentle, measured, the kind of voice that had been carefully tuned over decades to project warmth and wisdom and the implicit suggestion that the speaker could be trusted. Harry heard all of this and filed it away in the part of his brain that Ikai had labeled threat assessment. A voice that worked this hard to seem harmless was a voice that had something to hide. He turned. Dumbledore would later describe this moment to Minerva McGonagall, and he would use the word wrong. Not wrong in any specific way. The boy had the right number of limbs, the right arrangement of features, the general silhouette of a human child of 11 years. But there was something in the way he stood, too still, too balanced, his weight distributed with the unconscious precision of a creature that was always, at every moment, ready to move. That tripped every alarm in Dumbledore's considerable instinctual repertoire. The eyes were the worst. Green, yes, Lily's green, unmistakable, unforgettable, but threaded through with veins of molten amber that expanded and contracted as the boy focused, like the aperture of a predatory lens adjusting to the light. The scar was still there, a jagged lightning bolt on his forehead, but it was partially covered by a patch of golden scales that crept up from his neck like the first frost of an advancing winter. More scales ran along his jaw, his forearms, the ridges of his knuckles. His skin, where it was still skin, was several degrees too warm to be comfortable. Dumbledore could feel the heat from 10 paces away, a dry, furnace-like radiance that made the air shimmer. "You smell of old parchment and fear, wizard," Harry said. "Why do you trespass on the territory of the Storm King?" His voice was not the voice of a child. It carried a formality, a weight, that belonged to something much older. It was Ikai's influence, the Prime's archaic cadences stamped into every syllable, so that even the simplest sentence sounded like a pronouncement from a throne. Dumbledore absorbed this. He breathed. He smiled, the warm, twinkling, grandfatherly smile that had disarmed Dark Lords and Ministry officials and stubborn first-years for over a century. "My name is Albus Dumbledore," he said. "I am the headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. I have come a very long way to find you, Harry. I come to offer you your birthright, a place among your own kind. Among wizards and witches who can help you understand the remarkable gifts you possess." Harry looked at him the way a hawk looks at a field mouse that has wandered into the open, with complete attention and absolutely no emotional investment in the outcome. "My kind," Harry repeated. He tilted his head, a gesture that was not quite human, the angle too sharp, too mechanical, like a bird examining something on the ground. "My kind are in the clouds, old man. My kind shake the earth when they walk and boil the sea when they are angry. You are offering me a place among mice, and you are dressed it up as a gift." Dumbledore's smile did not falter, but something behind it shifted, a recalculation. "Your mother was a witch, Harry. Your father was a wizard. You carry their blood, their heritage. Whatever else you may have become, you are still at your core one of us, one of you." Harry's lip curled. Not a sneer. Sneering required contempt, and contempt required caring enough to look down. This was simpler than contempt. This was taxonomy. "You are warm, soft, breakable. You wave sticks and whisper words and call the result power. I have seen power, Dumbledore. I have seen it crack the mantle of worlds. You are not my kind. You are my father's prey." A silence settled between them. The storm howled. Golden lightning struck the sea 100 meters to their left, and neither of them flinched. Dumbledore studied the boy. Behind his occlumency shields, his mind was racing. He had prepared for this meeting with the meticulous care of a chess grandmaster approaching an unfamiliar opponent, and within 30 seconds, every preparation had been rendered useless. This was not a traumatized child who needed rescuing. This was not a dark wizard in the making who needed redirecting. This was something else entirely, something that looked at human civilization the way a geologist looks at a rock formation, with interest, with analysis, and with the unshakable understanding that it was temporary. "I see," Dumbledore said quietly. And then, because he had not survived a century by being afraid of the truth, "Then why did you not destroy the letter?" Harry blinked. It was the first fully human gesture Dumbledore had seen from him, a flicker of surprise, quickly suppressed but not quickly enough. "You read it," Dumbledore pressed, gentle as a scalpel. "You brought it to your guardian, and you decided to wait. If Hogwarts were truly beneath you, you would have incinerated the parchment and forgotten it, but you kept it. Which means there is something in my world that interests you. Something you want." Harry was silent for a long moment. Behind him, on the plateau, one of Gidorah's heads stirred, San, lifting his massive skull from the obsidian, one crimson eye blinking open to observe the conversation with the languid curiosity of a cat watching television. "San. Harry. Is the old one being mean to you? I can eat him. I would like to eat him. He looks crunchy." Harry didn't respond to San. He kept his eyes fixed on Dumbledore, and then, slowly, the corner of his mouth turned upward, not a smile, a concession. "Kevin is curious about the stone castle," he said. "And I am curious about what lives inside it. I will see your school, Dumbledore. I will walk your halls and taste your magic. But understand this," he stepped forward, a single step. The temperature between them rose by 10 degrees. I do not come as a student. I do not come to learn your tricks or follow your rules. I come because a king must know his territory before he claims it, and everything on this planet is my territory. Dumbledore held the boy's gaze. The amber veins in Harry's eyes were blazing now, bright as magma, and behind them, in the deep green, Dumbledore saw something that he would carry with him to the grave. The shadow of 3 heads, golden and vast, watching him through the child's eyes. Very well, Dumbledore said. His voice was steady, his hands were not. Then let us begin with a visit to Diagon Alley. You will need supplies. I need nothing, Harry said. Humor an old man, Dumbledore replied. The world you are about to enter runs on traditions. Some of them are worth understanding, even if you intend to dismantle them later. Harry considered this. Then he nodded, a single, sharp inclination of the head that looked more like a military acknowledgement than a gesture of agreement. Lead, then, he said, but walk in front of me. I do not turn my back on things I haven't decided to trust. Dumbledore turned and began walking down the ridge. His back felt very exposed. His spine tingled with the awareness that behind him walked something that could end his existence with a thought, and was choosing not to, for now, because it was curious. He had spent his life managing threats, and in all that time, he had never been more acutely aware of the narrowness of the margin between alive and not. Behind them, Sand's head tracked their departure. The massive crimson eye blinked once, twice, and then Sand settled back onto the obsidian with a contented rumble. Sand, be safe, little storm. Bring me back something nice. A sheep, maybe. I have always wanted to try a sheep. Diagon Alley, the leaky cauldron, fell silent the moment Harry walked through the door. It was not the gradual, awkward silence of a room that has noticed a stranger. It was the instantaneous, biological silence of a herd that has scented a predator. Conversations stopped mid-word. Pint glasses paused halfway to mouths. Old Tom, behind the bar, dropped a bottle of butterbeer that shattered on the flagstones, and he did not bend to clean it up. He stood very still, staring at the boy who had just entered his pub, and he stayed very still until the boy had passed. Harry noticed none of this, or noticed all of it and didn't care. The distinction was irrelevant. He was busy processing. The leaky cauldron was the first enclosed human space he had ever entered, and his senses, which had been calibrated by a decade of navigating the vast, radiation-soaked caverns of the hollow earth, were in a state of controlled overload. The space was tiny. The ceiling was absurdly low. The air was thick with smells that he had no framework for: spilled ale, pipe tobacco, wood polish, human sweat, the faint magical residue of a dozen low-grade enchantments embedded in the furniture and walls. He catalogued each one. Ikai had taught him to catalog. A new environment is a threat until it is understood, the Prime had said. Understand it faster than it can understand you, and you will never be surprised. Dumbledore led him through the pub without stopping. The old wizard's hand was steady on the brick wall behind the building, tapping the sequence that opened the archway. The bricks shuddered, groaned, and rearranged themselves. Diagon Alley opened before them like a wound in the side of London. Harry stopped. For the first time since Dumbledore had met him, the boy's composure cracked, not with wonder, not with excitement, but with the focused, predatory attention of a creature that has suddenly found itself in a target-rich environment. His nostrils flared. His amber-veined eyes widened. The golden scales along his forearms rose and fell in a ripple that had nothing to do with temperature and everything to do with the magic. He could feel it. Not the way wizards felt it, not as a warm glow or a tingle in the wand arm, but as a pressure, a density, a gravitational field generated by the concentration of magical energy in every brick, every cobblestone, every enchanted window display. It pressed against his skin like standing in warm water. His scales drank it in. Interesting, he said. It was the first time Dumbledore had heard him say anything that wasn't a command or a threat. They walked. And as they walked, the alley reacted. It was subtle at first. The owls in Aelop's Owl Emporium went silent. Every one of them, from the great gray hunting eagles to the tiny pygmy scops, all turning to face the same direction, all watching Harry with the flat, unblinking attention of prey animals that have been hardwired by evolution to freeze when a raptor enters their airspace. Then the cats in the magical menagerie began to hiss. Then the rats. Then the toads, which should not have been capable of hissing, but apparently felt strongly enough about Harry's presence to try. A goblin guard at the entrance to Gringotts, a scarred, ancient creature in polished bronze armor, took one look at Harry as they passed and dropped to one knee. The spear he carried slammed against the marble steps. The other guard stared at his colleague in disbelief. The kneeling goblin said nothing. His face was gray. His eyes were fixed on Harry with the frozen reverence of something that has recognized a natural hierarchy and responded to it before conscious thought could intervene. Harry glanced at the kneeling goblin. "What is he doing?" he asked Dumbledore. "Acknowledging you, it would seem." Dumbledore said, and his voice was very carefully neutral. "Goblins have excellent instincts for detecting magical power. I suspect yours is somewhat overwhelming at close range." Harry looked at the goblin for a moment longer. Then he walked past, and the goblin remained kneeling until Harry was inside the bank, and for some time afterward. Gringotts was brief. Dumbledore produced a key. A cart took them into the depths. Harry sat in the rattling iron vehicle with his arms folded and his expression flat, and when the cart dropped into a near-vertical descent that made Dumbledore grip the sides with white knuckles, Harry didn't move. Gravity was a toy he had played with since childhood. Falling was not a concept that applied to him. The vault contained gold, mountains of it. Galleons and sickles and nuts heaped in piles that glittered under the torchlight. Harry studied the coins with mild interest. "This is currency," he said. "Not a question." "It is," Dumbledore confirmed. "Left to you by your parents." Harry picked up a galleon, turned it over. The metal was warm against his palm, residual enchantments, anti-counterfeiting charms, nothing noteworthy. He dropped it back onto the pile. "Take what we need." He told Dumbledore, "I have no use for shiny rocks, but if the wand waivers require them in exchange for goods, then we will play their game. For now." Dumbledore filled a bag. They left. The wand maker Ollivander's shop smelled of dust and old wood, and something else. Something that Harry could not immediately identify, a sharp green scent that lived at the intersection of organic and magical, like sap from a tree that grew in 2 dimensions at once. The shelves were crammed with narrow boxes, hundreds of them, thousands, stacked from floor to ceiling in columns that should have toppled but didn't, held in place by charms so old they had become part of the architecture. The old man appeared from between the stacks like a ghost materializing from fog, white-haired, pale-eyed, with an expression of perpetual mild astonishment that Harry immediately recognized as a mask. Beneath it, the wandmaker's eyes were sharp as surgical steel and twice as cold. "Ah," said Ollivander. He did not look at Dumbledore. He looked at Harry, and his pale eyes widened and the mask slipped just for a moment, revealing something underneath that was not astonishment but fear. Genuine, unfiltered, animal fear. "Ah, I wondered when you would come." "I have wondered for 11 years, Mr. Potter. You know who I am," Harry said. "I know what you are," Ollivander corrected softly. "I have been making wands for 63 years. I have handled the core feathers of phoenixes and the heartstrings of dragons and the hair of Vila, whose beauty could stop a heart at 50 paces. I have felt magic in all its forms, and I have never," he paused, swallowed, "never felt anything like what I feel standing in front of you. You are not a wizard, Mr. Potter. You are something else, something that wears a wizard's shape." "I am aware," Harry said. "Dumbledore tells me I need a wand." Ollivander's pale eyes moved to Dumbledore, and the look they carried was accusatory enough to draw blood. "You brought this here." The look said, "Into my shop, among my wands." Dumbledore's expression remained serenely blank. "Very well," Ollivander whispered. "Let us try." The first wand was holly, 11 inches, phoenix feather core. Ollivander handed it to Harry with the careful reverence of a man handing a vial of nitroglycerin to a toddler. Harry took it. The wand was warm in his grip, alive, almost, vibrating with a sentience that felt, to Harry's senses, like a small animal trembling in his fist. He gave it a flick. The wand exploded, not dramatically. There was no fireball, no blast wave. The wood simply came apart at the molecular level, disintegrating into a fine ash that hung in the air for a moment before settling on Harry's outstretched palm. The phoenix feather core, freed from its housing, ignited with a brief, panicked flash of orange light and vanished. Ollivander stared at the ash. His mouth opened, closed, opened again. "Curious," he said, though his voice suggested that curious was several hundred adjectives short of describing what had just happened. The second wand was 13.5 inches, dragon heartstring. It lasted slightly longer. Harry managed to raise it before the wood split along its length with a sound like a bone breaking, and the heartstring core whiplashed out of the fracture and struck the ceiling, leaving a scorch mark. The third wand was vine, 9 inches, unicorn hair. It turned to charcoal the instant Harry's fingers closed around it. The fourth shattered. The fifth liquefied. The sixth caught fire spontaneously and had to be extinguished with a jet of water from Dumbledore's wand. By the time the seventh wand had been reduced to its component atoms, Ollivander was standing behind his counter with the expression of a man watching his life's work be systematically dismantled by a child who didn't even seem to be trying. "It's not working," Harry said, with the flat pragmatism of someone stating that the sky is blue or that water is wet. "Your sticks cannot contain what I am. They are designed for human magic, controlled, channeled, obedient. My magic is none of those things." Ollivander was quiet for a long time. He stood behind the counter with his hands pressed flat against the wood, staring at something that existed behind his eyes rather than in front of them. Then he looked up. "Wait here," he said. He disappeared into the back of the shop. They heard him rummaging, drawers opening and closing, the clink of metal, the rustle of cloth. When he emerged, he was carrying not a box but a cloth-wrapped bundle held at arm's length as though it might bite. "This is not a wand," Ollivander said. He laid the bundle on the counter and unwrapped it with fingers that trembled. "I made it 30 years ago, during a period of what I can only describe as prophetic madness. I did not know why I was making it. The materials came to me through channels that I still cannot fully explain. I have kept it in a lead-lined box ever since, because it frightens me." The object on the counter was a rod 10 inches long, perfectly straight, and made of a dark metal that seemed to drink the light. Its surface was etched with hairline fractures that glowed faintly, a pulsing amber that moved in slow waves along its length, like blood through a vein. The core, visible through the semi-translucent metal, was not feather or hair or heartstring. It was bone. A shard of something dense and dark, shot through with veins of crystallized energy that hummed at a frequency just below the threshold of hearing. "Meteorite iron," Ollivander said quietly, "smelted under conditions I will not describe. The core is a fragment of thunderbird bone, not from a living thunderbird, mind you, but from a fossil. A fossil found in a stratum of rock that predates the Cretaceous period. Whatever this bone belonged to, it was old. Older than magic, perhaps, older than this planet." Harry reached for it. The moment his fingers touched the metal, the shop went dark. Not dark as in the lights went out, dark as in the light itself was pulled inward, drawn toward the rod like water toward a drain. The amber veins flared. The hum deepened, dropping through the audible spectrum and into the subsonic, and Harry felt it resonate with the reactor in his chest, felt the two frequencies lock into alignment like gears meshing in a machine. The rod did not spark. It did not shoot colored lights into the air. It simply hummed, a low, steady, headache-inducing frequency that vibrated the dust off the shelves and set every wand in the shop rattling in its box. Harry held it, and for the first time in his life he felt his magic focus, not constrained, not channeled, but focused, the way a lens focuses light. Raw, directionless power suddenly had a point, an edge, a destination. "Yes," Harry said. The word was quiet, almost reverent. "This will do." Ollivander watched him with an expression that had moved past fear into something more complex, the face of a craftsman who has spent his life building tools for humans and has just realized he has accidentally built a tool for a god. "That focus chose you, Mr. Potter," Ollivander said. "Or perhaps you chose each other. I confess I no longer understand the distinction." He paused. "The rod is yours. I will not charge you for it. I want it out of my shop. I have wanted it out of my shop for 30 years. Harry slipped the rod into the waistband of the trousers San had insisted he wear. It sat against his hip, warm and humming, and it felt absurdly like coming home. In the doorway, Dumbledore watched. His face was carefully blank, but behind his occlumency shields, his mind was cataloging, cross-referencing, calculating, meteorite iron, thunderbird bone, a frequency that resonates with the Titan's bioelectric field. This is not a wand, this is a weapon. And I have just watched it bond with a child who views human civilization as an ant farm." He said nothing. He smiled. He held the door open, and they walked out into the bright, oblivious bustle of Diagon Alley. And if anyone noticed that the shadows around the boy were slightly too dark, or that the cobblestones cracked faintly under his bare feet, or that the air tasted of ozone for 3 blocks in every direction, they kept it to themselves. The Hogwarts Express Platform 9 3/4 was chaos, and Harry hated it. Too many bodies. Too many voices. Too many small, fragile organisms crammed into a space that was too small and too loud, pressing against each other with the mindless, instinct-driven compression of a herd. Parents hugged children, owls hooted, trunks scraped against stone. Somewhere a woman was shouting about lost socks. The sound of it, all of it, the totality of human noise concentrated into a single railway platform, hit Harry like a wall of white static. He stood at the barrier for 30 seconds, processing. His scales had risen instinctively, a threat response, the golden ridges along his forearms and neck flaring outward in a display that, in the hollow earth, would have been a clear territorial warning. He forced them down, breathed, catalogued. "Ikai, you are broadcasting discomfort. Control it." A king does not flinch in the presence of his subjects. Harry straightened. He walked onto the platform with the measured, unhurried stride of something that had learned to walk among prey and had decided, for the moment, not to hunt. The crowd parted for him without knowing why. Parents pulled their children closer. A boy with a round face and a toad in his hands took one look at Harry and dropped the toad. The toad, notably, did not try to escape. It sat on the platform, very still, staring at Harry with its bulbous eyes, as though it too had recognized something in the approaching figure that triggered the ancient, unanimous verdict of every prey animal since the Cambrian explosion. Do not move. Do not be seen. Do not exist. Harry boarded the train. He found an empty compartment at the rear, the furthest from the engine, the most defensible position, and sat by the window. He did not bring a trunk, he did not bring an owl. He brought himself, and the meteorite iron focus rod, and the unsettling knowledge that he was about to spend the next several hours in a metal tube surrounded by breakable things. The compartment door slid open 20 minutes into the journey. The boy who entered was blond, pale, and constructed almost entirely of angles, sharp cheekbones, sharp chin, sharp eyes that carried the lazy, practiced arrogance of inherited wealth. He was flanked by 2 larger boys who appeared to serve the same function as bookends, decorative, supportive, and not particularly bright. "So it's true," the blond boy said. He leaned against the doorframe with studied nonchalance. "Harry Potter is on the train. My father told me you'd been found. Living with some creature in the middle of nowhere," his lip curled. "I'm Draco Malfoy. You'll want to choose your friends carefully at Hogwarts, Potter. Some families are better than others. I can help you with that." Harry looked at him. He did not look at Draco the way a child looks at another child. He looked at Draco the way Ikai looked at the small, bioluminescent fish that swam through the amber sea, with the idle, passing interest of a consciousness that operated on an entirely different scale of existence. "You are speaking to me," Harry said. Draco blinked. "Yes, obviously." Why? The question was so blunt, so devoid of social context that Draco's rehearsed speech derailed. Because I'm a Malfoy and— I do not know what a Malfoy is, Harry said. I do not know what a friend is in the way you use the word. You are offering me an alliance. I can read that much in your posture, the way you angle your body to appear larger, the way your eyes measure my clothing, my scars, my value. You are assessing me as an asset. He paused. I do not enjoy being assessed. Draco opened his mouth. Nothing came out. Harry stood. The motion was fluid, unhurried, and carried with it a change in the compartment's atmosphere that was difficult to quantify and impossible to ignore. The temperature climbed. The window beside Harry fogged. The ambient magical field, the background hum of enchantments that kept the train on its tracks and the compartments warm, stuttered, flickered, and went briefly silent, as though every spell within 10 meters had held its breath, and then the gravity shifted. It was not dramatic. Harry did not raise his hand or speak a word or brandish his focus. He simply willed it. The gravitational field inside the compartment doubled, tripled. Draco's knees buckled. His bookends went down first, dropping to the floor like marionettes with cut strings, gasping, their faces pressed against the carpet by a force they could not see and could not fight. Draco held on longer, his legs shaking, his teeth gritted, a vein pulsing in his temple until his body surrendered and he too sank to his knees, bent forward, palms flat on the floor, breathing in shallow, ragged gasps. Harry looked down at him. The amber in his eyes was blazing. Kneel, he said. Good, you learn quickly. Now leave. He released the gravity. The change was instantaneous. The crushing weight vanished, and the three boys were left on the floor, panting, disoriented, their bodies still trembling with the phantom memory of a force that should not have existed. Draco scrambled to his feet. His face was white. His rehearsed arrogance was gone, replaced by something raw and primal that he would spend years pretending he'd never felt. He left. His bookends followed. The compartment door slid shut behind them with a soft click. Harry sat back down. Outside the window, the English countryside rolled past, green fields, hedgerows, the tiny, distant shapes of Muggle houses. And Harry watched it with the distant, proprietary gaze of something that had already decided it owned all of it. San, was that a friend? Did you make a friend? Ikai, that was a supplicant. There is a difference. San, he seemed nice, in a pointy sort of way. Nigh, the boy should have killed him. Leaving a humiliated rival alive is tactically foolish. San, nigh, I said what I said. The sorting the great hall of Hogwarts was the most concentrated source of ambient magic Harry had ever encountered outside the hollow earth. He felt it the moment he crossed the threshold, a wave of energy that rolled through the floor and the walls and the enchanted ceiling. 1,000 years of accumulated magical residue layered into every stone like geological strata. The ley lines beneath the castle hummed with a frequency he could feel in his bones, in the reactor at the center of his chest, in the golden scales that rippled along his spine, in response to stimuli that no human in the room could perceive. The ceiling showed a sky full of stars. Candles floated in their hundreds. 4 long tables stretched the length of the hall, packed with students who turned as one to watch the first year's process in. Harry walked among them and did not belong among them, and every person in the room knew it, even if they could not articulate why. The whispers started immediately. Is that him? Is that Harry Potter? Look at his skin, are those scales? Mum said he'd been raised by dragons or something. He's not even wearing proper robes. Why does the air taste funny? Is that metal? Harry ignored the whispers. He catalogued the room. 4 tables, 4 factions, a high table at the far end, leadership, an old hat on a stool, some sort of artifact. The teachers sat behind their table like a row of judges. He scanned their faces, reading posture, reading tension, reading fear. The tall, severe woman in green was afraid, but hiding it behind discipline. The tiny man on the stack of books was curious but cautious. The massive, bearded figure at the end was radiating an emotion Harry could not immediately categorize, something warm, something wet-eyed, something that looked like longing. And then there was the man in black. He sat at the far end of the staff table, half hidden in the shadows of a stone column, and he was staring at Harry with an intensity that bordered on violence. Black hair, black eyes, a face that looked like it had been carved from something harder than flesh and set in an expression of permanent, corrosive displeasure. Harry met his gaze. The man flinched, actually flinched, a visible, involuntary spasm that he covered immediately with a sneer, but not before Harry had seen it. Interesting, he is afraid, but he is also angry. The anger is old, older than me. It belongs to something that happened before I was born. He looks at me and sees someone else. Harry filed it away and turned his attention to the stool. The hat sang a song. Harry did not listen to the song. Songs were human affectations, and his patience for human affectations was limited. Names were called. Children sat on the stool. The hat shouted houses. The tables cheered. It was a sorting mechanism, a method of categorization. Ikai would have approved of the concept, if not the execution. Potter Harry, called the severe woman in green. The great hall went silent, not the gradual silence of expectation. The instantaneous, vacuum-sealed silence of a room that has collectively stopped breathing. Every eye, every head. Every heartbeat in the hall focused on the boy who rose from the cluster of first years and walked toward the stool with the unhurried, predatory grace of something that had never in its life needed to rush. Harry sat. McGonagall lowered the hat onto his head, and the sorting hat screamed. It was not a word. It was not a house name. It was a raw, unfiltered shriek of psychic agony that ripped through the great hall like a physical force, rattling the floating candles and cracking the nearest goblet. The hat had touched Harry's mind, and what it had found there was not the usual landscape of childhood memories and personality traits and vague ambitions. What it had found was the hive mind. 3 vast, alien intelligences coiled around a reactor of biothomic energy, staring back at it with 6 crimson eyes and a hunger that spanned galaxies. The hat tried to withdraw. Harry's mind held it. Not cruelly, he did not enjoy causing pain, but firmly, the way a hand closes around a bird that is trying to flee. Wait, Harry thought. You came into my mind, it is only fair that I look into yours. The hat whimpered. It was 1,000 years old. It had sorted the greatest and most terrible witches and wizards in history. It had peered into the mind of Tom Riddle and seen the seed of Voldemort and placed him in Slytherin with only the faintest tremor of unease. It had never, in a millennium of sorting, encountered anything like the landscape of Harry Potter's psyche. It saw the hollow earth, the amber sea, the black obsidian plateau. And coiled around everything, vast beyond comprehension, the golden shape of the king watching, always watching, through the boy's eyes. The hat gave up. Slytherin, it screamed, not announced, not declared. Screamed with the raw, desperate urgency of a creature that wanted to be removed from its current situation as quickly and as completely as possible. Slytherin, take him, put him there, get him off me. Slytherin, McGonagall snatched the hat from Harry's head. Her hands were shaking. The hat was steaming, literally steaming, thin wisps of gray vapor rising from its brim as though it had been placed too close to a fire. The great hall was silent. Harry stood. He smoothed his shirt, the one concession to human dress that San had forced upon him, and looked out across the frozen hall. 400 faces stared back at him. 400 pairs of eyes, wide and white and fixed with the rigid, unblinking attention of a species that had just been reminded on some deep cellular level of its place in the food chain. Harry smiled. It was a small smile. Controlled. The kind of smile that did not reach the eyes because the eyes were already occupied, amber veins blazing, green irises contracted to thin rings around pupils that were, for a moment, not round but slitted, vertical, reptilian. He walked to the Slytherin table. No one cheered. No one clapped. The students at the table made room for him instinctively, pressing away from the empty seat the way iron filings recoil from the wrong pole of a magnet. Harry sat down. He folded his hands on the table. The golden scales on his knuckles caught the candlelight. At the staff table, Dumbledore watched. His expression was the careful, composed mask of a man who has just witnessed the first move of a game he does not know how to win. Beside him, Severus Snape was gripping the edge of the table hard enough to whiten his knuckles. His black eyes locked on the boy with the golden scales, and the scar that should have been his to protect, and the eyes that belonged to the woman he had loved and lost and never ever forgiven himself for losing. The sorting continued. Other names were called, other children sat on the stool. The hats sorted them into houses with a voice that was notably quieter, notably more subdued, as though it had used up its enthusiasm for the evening, and was simply going through the motions while it tried to process what it had just experienced. Harry sat at the Slytherin table and ate nothing. He drank nothing. He spoke to no one. He simply sat and observed and catalogued, and when the feast appeared on the golden plates, roast beef and Yorkshire pudding and treacle tart and all the warm, comforting abundance of a school that believed itself safe, Harry looked at it and felt nothing. He was not here to eat. He was not here to learn. He was not here to make friends or play Quidditch or worry about homework or experience the thousand small joys and terrors of an ordinary magical childhood. He was here to understand the territory, and once he understood it, he would claim it. Beneath the castle, the ley lines hummed. They had been humming for 1,000 years, feeding the wards, powering the enchantments, sustaining the great and ancient institution of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. They had hummed for Gryffindor. They had hummed for Slytherin. They had hummed for every headmaster and every student and every ghost that had ever walked these halls. Tonight, for the first time in a millennium, they hummed a different note. A golden note. A note that resonated with the reactor in the chest of the boy at the Slytherin table, and the three vast intelligences that watched through his eyes from a cavern at the bottom of the world. The ley lines were singing. And what they were singing sounded, to those ancient energies, very much like a welcome. The Slytherin dormitories were underground. Harry appreciated this. Not the decor, the green-tinted lanterns, the carved serpents coiling along the walls, the low stone ceiling that dripped with the ambient moisture of the Black Lake pressing against the other side of the windows, but the principle of it, subterranean, defensible. A den built beneath a fortress, where the weight of the earth itself served as the first layer of protection. Ikai would have approved of the architecture, even if he would have found the scale laughable. Harry had not slept. He had tried, briefly, lying on the four-poster bed in the first-year boys' dormitory, while his new housemates arranged themselves around the room with the nervous, performative casualness of children who were desperately aware that one of their number was not, in any meaningful sense, a child. Theodore Nott had drawn his curtains shut within 30 seconds. Blaise Zabini had positioned his trunk between his bed and Harry's, as though 6 inches of enchanted leather might serve as adequate protection against a biological extinction event. Draco Malfoy had not looked at Harry at all. He had undressed, climbed into bed, and pulled the covers over his head with the rigid efficiency of a man sealing a bunker, and he had not moved since. Harry had lain on his back for perhaps 20 minutes, staring at the canopy, before concluding that sleep was not going to happen. The bed was too soft, the air was too still. The silence was wrong, not the vast, resonant silence of the hollow earth, which was alive with subsonic vibrations and the distant breathing of the planet, but the small, dead silence of a sealed room, pressed in from all sides like a coffin. His body temperature, which ran at a steady 42 degrees at the best of times, had turned the sheets warm and then hot within minutes, and he could feel the discomfort radiating from the nearest beds like a heat mirage. So he had gotten up. He had walked through the common room, empty at 3 in the morning, the fire banked to embers, and out into the castle. The corridors of Hogwarts at night were cold, quiet, and lit by the faint silver glow of moonlight filtering through enchanted windows. Harry walked them barefoot, his golden-scaled feet making no sound on the stone, his amber-veined eyes adjusting to the dark with a speed and completeness that no human eye could match. He explored. Not aimlessly, Harry did nothing aimlessly, but with the systematic, grid-pattern thoroughness of a predator mapping new territory. He walked every corridor on the first 3 floors. He cataloged the moving staircases, a defensive mechanism, he noted, designed to disorient intruders. He found the kitchens by following the thermal signature of the ovens through the stone walls. He found the room of requirement by accident, or rather by instinct. The room's magic resonated with his biothomic field, and when he walked past it for the 3rd time thinking, "I need a place to be alone," the door appeared. He did not enter it. He noted its location and moved on. At 5 in the morning, he found the astronomy tower. He climbed to the top and sat on the parapet with his legs hanging over the edge, 700 feet above the grounds, and he looked out at Scotland and felt, for the first time since leaving the hollow earth, something that approximated peace. The air up here was cold and clean and moving, and it carried the faint, metallic tang of the ley lines that ran beneath the castle. And when the sun began to rise, a pale, watery thing, so different from the eternal amber glow of his home, he watched it with the quiet attention of a creature that was learning, slowly and reluctantly, that the surface world had its own kind of beauty. "San, Harry, are you awake? I can feel you. You feel far away. Are you eating enough?" "You should eat something. Eat a sheep," Harry smiled. The telepathic link to the hive mind stretched thin at this distance, the signal attenuated by the miles of rock and ocean between Hogwarts and the hollow earth, but it was there. Faint, warm, the psychic equivalent of a candle seen through fog. "I'm fine, San. There are no sheep up here, only stone and children. San, eat a child then. Ikai, San, I am joking. I know humans do not eat their young, usually." Harry told me about the exceptions, the historical ones. Nye, report, tactical assessment of the fortress. Extensive ward system. Layered, old, the outermost layer is keyed to hostile intent. It reads emotional signatures and reacts accordingly. The inner layers are structural reinforcement, anti-apparition, and something I can't identify, something deep. It hums at a frequency that resonates with the ley lines. I think the castle itself is alive in a way, not sentient but aware. It knows I'm here. It's been watching me since I arrived. Ikai, good. A fortress that watches is a fortress that can be reasoned with or broken. Continue your reconnaissance, learn their routines. Identify the power structures. Find the weak points, San, and make a friend, just one, a small, non-threatening one. Nye, friends are liabilities. San, you are a liability, Nye. You bit a moon last week and it gave you indigestion for 3 days. Nye, that moon was disrespectful. Harry let the bickering wash over him like background radiation. He watched the sun climb. He watched the grounds below come to life, the gamekeeper's hut trailing chimney smoke, the whooping willow stretching its limbs with the lazy menace of a creature that hated mornings, the Black Lake's surface rippling as something large and tentacled rolled in the shallows. Then he stood, dropped from the parapet, caught himself 6 inches above the ground on a cushion of gravity, and walked to breakfast. Transfiguration Professor Minerva McGonagall had been teaching Transfiguration for 39 years. In that time, she had seen prodigies and dunces, accidental animagi and spectacular failures, and one memorable incident in 1977 involving James Potter, a matchstick, and a live badger that still defied explanation. She considered herself, with some justification, unshockable. Harry Potter shocked her. The lesson was standard first-year introductory material: turn a matchstick into a needle. It was a simple exercise in visualization and will, designed to teach students the fundamental principle that magic was the imposition of intent upon matter. Most students struggled. A few managed to make their matches turn silver. Hermione Granger, predictably, produced a perfect needle within 10 minutes and spent the remainder of the class radiating quiet satisfaction. Harry did not pick up the matchstick. He sat at his desk, which was, McGonagall noticed, positioned at the very back of the classroom, against the wall, with a clear sightline to both the door and the window. A seating choice that spoke of instincts that had nothing to do with academic preference, and looked at the matchstick with the focused, unblinking attention of a cat watching a beetle. Then the match came apart. McGonagall saw it happen and still couldn't quite believe it. The wood didn't transform. It didn't shift or shimmer or undergo the characteristic ripple of transfigured matter adjusting to a new form. It disintegrated. The cellulose fibers separated at the molecular level, the organic compounds breaking down into their constituent elements, carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, which then reassembled. Not into a needle, into a spike. A 3-inch spike of solid steel that sat on the desk in front of Harry, gleaming under the torchlight, perfect in its geometry, cold and sharp and utterly, terrifyingly precise. He had not touched the matchstick. He had not spoken a word. He had not raised his wand. The meteorite rod sat untouched on the desk beside him, humming its low, constant frequency. The classroom was very quiet. "Mr. Potter," McGonagall said. Her voice was steady. Her hands, clasped behind her back, were not. "That is not transfiguration." Harry looked up. The amber veins in his eyes pulsed once, then settled. "No," he agreed. "It is not. Transfiguration, as I understand it, imposes a new form on existing matter while preserving its fundamental magical signature. What I did was disassemble the matter into its base elements and reconstruct it from nothing. The result is the same, the method is different. The method," McGonagall repeated carefully, "is atomic reconstruction. That is not magic, Mr. Potter, that is physics." "It is both," Harry said. "The distinction you draw between magic and physics is a limitation of your framework, not a property of reality. Energy is energy. Whether you call it magic or gravity or electromagnetic force is a question of taxonomy, not substance. I simply choose not to limit myself to one channel." McGonagall stared at him. Behind her spectacles, her eyes were doing something complicated, a rapid calculation that involved decades of teaching experience, a thorough understanding of magical theory, and the growing, uncomfortable suspicion that the 11-year-old boy in front of her understood magic at a level that made her own expertise look like finger painting. 10 points to Slytherin. She said because she could think of nothing else to say, and because the matchstick was, technically, a needle, and because Minerva McGonagall was nothing if not fair. Harry picked up the steel spike and turned it over in his fingers. Then, with a flick of his wrist, a gesture so casual it might have been a yawn, the spike collapsed into a thin stream of metallic dust that flowed across the desk, pooled, and reformed into a perfect miniature dragon. Golden, 3-headed, the size of a chess piece. He placed it on the corner of his desk and did not look at it again. Hermione Granger, 3 rows ahead, stared at the dragon with an expression of pure, unfiltered intellectual crisis. Her needle, which had been the best in the class until approximately 45 seconds ago, lay on her desk like a rebuke. She opened her mouth, closed it, opened it again, and turned very deliberately back to her own work with the rigid composure of someone who has just had her worldview dismantled and is choosing to process the experience later in private with a large book. The dungeon Severus Snape had spent the summer preparing himself. He had read the reports. Dumbledore's private briefings, delivered in the headmaster's office over tea that Snape never drank, outlining in careful, euphemistic language what the potion's master already knew. That Lily Evans' son had been raised by a monster from beyond the stars, that the child was no longer entirely human, and that his magical ability operated outside the parameters of anything the wizarding world had encountered since, perhaps, the age of Merlin. Snape had absorbed this information with the practiced detachment of a man who had spent 2 decades suppressing emotions that would otherwise have destroyed him. He had added it to the compartmentalized archive of things I cannot change, alongside the death of Lily, the survival of James Potter's spawn, and the fact that the Dark Lord would, eventually, return. He had told himself he was prepared. He was not prepared. The boy sat in the back of the potions classroom. Again, the back, always the back, with the wall behind him and the exits mapped, and the entire room in his line of sight, and he had Lily's eyes. Not Lily's eyes as Snape remembered them. Warm, laughing, alive with a curiosity that could light up an entire corridor. But Lily's eyes filtered through something alien and vast, threaded with amber and set in a face that belonged on a statue in a temple dedicated to a god that ate civilizations. The green was there. The green would always be there, and seeing it hurt Snape in a place that no occlumency shield could reach, he compensated the way he always compensated, with cruelty. "Potter," Snape said, sweeping into the classroom with his robes billowing in a manner that was 70% theater and 30% deeply ingrained habit. "Our new celebrity," he let the word hang. It was a weapon he had sharpened on 2 generations of students, a tool for establishing dominance in the first 30 seconds of a relationship. "Tell me, Potter, what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" Harry looked at him. The pause that followed was not the pause of a student who did not know the answer. It was the pause of something evaluating whether the question and the questioner warranted its attention. Snape felt it, the weight of that gaze. It was like standing in front of a furnace that had decided, for the moment, to remain shut. "I do not know," Harry said. His voice was flat, unhurried, and completely devoid of the shame or embarrassment that Snape had been trying to provoke. "I do not concern myself with the brewing of liquids in cauldrons. It is a primitive method of energy manipulation that could be achieved more efficiently through direct molecular synthesis." The class went very still. Draco Malfoy in the front row made a small sound that might have been a gasp or might have been a prayer. Snape's eyes narrowed. 5 points from Slytherin for arrogance," he said, and his voice was silk stretched over broken glass. "And another 5 for failing to complete the assigned reading. I do not care how you were raised, Potter. In this dungeon you are a student and you will—" "No," Harry said. The word dropped into the room like a stone into a well. It was not defiant. It was not angry. It was a correction, the calm, precise correction of a creature that had identified an inaccuracy in someone else's understanding of the power dynamic and was addressing it with the minimum necessary force. "I am not a student," Harry continued. "I have not been a student since I was old enough to generate a focused gravity beam. A student learns from those above him. You are not above me, Professor Snape. You are in front of me. The distinction is geometric, not hierarchical." Snape stared. Behind his occlumency shields, his mind was in freefall, not from fear, though fear was there, cold and lucid and very present, but from the collision of 2 incompatible realities. In one reality, this was James Potter's son, a strutting, arrogant little prince who needed to be put in his place. In the other, this was something that looked through him with eyes that contained the memory of eaten worlds, and his place was not a concept that applied. He tried legilimency. It was instinct, a reflex born from years of espionage, the mental equivalent of reaching for a weapon. His consciousness slid toward Harry's mind, a subtle, almost invisible probe, the gentlest touch. The backlash hit him like a freight train, 3 heads, 3 pairs of crimson eyes. 3 mouths opening simultaneously, and from each one, a sound, a frequency, a pressure that crushed Snape's legilimency probe like a boot on an insect and then followed the psychic connection back to its source. For a single, eternal second, Severus Snape stood in the hollow earth. He felt the heat. He smelled the ozone. He saw the golden shape of the king coiled around the obsidian plateau, and the king saw him, and the king's regard fell upon him with the weight of a continent dropping from orbit. Snape's nose began to bleed. He caught it with his sleeve, a fast, practiced motion that turned the gesture into what might have been a cough. His hand was shaking. The blood was warm on his lip. Harry watched him. The amber in his eyes was bright, burning. "Do not enter my mind again," Harry said. His voice was quiet. Almost kind. The kindness of a predator that has decided to issue a warning instead of a kill. The things that live in there do not appreciate visitors. Snape said nothing. He turned. He walked to his desk. He placed both hands on the wood and stood there for a moment, breathing, recomposing, rebuilding the walls that a 3-headed god had just kicked through like cardboard. "Open your textbooks to page 12, he said. His voice was almost steady. We begin with the cure for boils. Harry opened his textbook. He did not brew the potion. He sat at his desk for the remainder of the class, reading the textbook from cover to cover with a speed that suggested he was not reading the words so much as absorbing the information through the page. And when the bell rang, he stood and left without a word. Snape watched him go. The blood on his lip had dried. His hands had stopped shaking. But the image, the 3 heads, the 6 eyes, the infinite golden weight of the thing that lived inside Harry Potter's skull, would stay with him for the rest of his life, surfacing at 3 in the morning when his occlumency was weakest. A reminder that the universe contained things that made the Dark Lord look like a child playing with matches. The girl who heard the singing, he found her on a Tuesday. It was late October, and the castle was settling into the damp, gray routine of a Scottish autumn. Harry had established his pattern by then. The first-floor corridors before dawn, the astronomy tower at sunrise, meals eaten alone at the far end of the Slytherin table where no one sat within 3 seats of him. Classes attended with the detached compliance of a panther that has been temporarily placed in a petting zoo. He did not participate. He observed. He absorbed. He filed. The incident occurred on the second-floor corridor near the Ravenclaw common room. Harry was walking, not to anywhere in particular, just moving, because stillness in an unfamiliar environment was a vulnerability and movement was information, when he heard voices. 3 of them. High-pitched, nasal, carrying the particular harmonic frequency of cruelty being disguised as humor. "Give them back, Loony, or don't. They're so ugly no one wants to look at them anyway." Maybe she spelled them invisible, like her brain. "Are you going to cry, Loony? Go on, cry for your mummy." Oh wait, Harry rounded the corner. 3 girls, second years by the size of them, wearing Ravenclaw ties and expressions of casual, well-practiced malice, were standing over a 4th. The 4th girl was small, blonde, barefoot on the cold stone floor, which should have been unusual enough to draw attention but apparently wasn't, because no one else in the corridor seemed to notice or care. She was sitting on the ground with her back against the wall and her knees drawn up, and her shoes, a pair of battered trainers that had been decorated with hand-painted moons and stars, were dangling from the lead girl's hand like a trophy. The barefoot girl was not crying. She was not cowering. She was looking up at her tormentors with an expression that Harry could not immediately categorize. It was calm and faintly curious, and touched with a sadness that seemed to have nothing to do with the shoes and everything to do with the people holding them. Harry stopped. He assessed. In the Hollow Earth, territory was everything. Your nesting ground, your hunting range, your perimeter, these were not abstract concepts. They were survival. And any creature that violated another's territory without cause was dealt with swiftly, decisively, and permanently. Ikai had drilled this into him since before he could walk. Defend what is yours, punish what trespasses, leave no ambiguity. The barefoot girl was not Harry's territory. He owed her nothing. She was a stranger, a small, soft, breakable creature of precisely the kind he had been taught to disregard. But there was something in the way she sat. Something in the stillness of her, in the quiet, unbowed composure of a girl who was outnumbered and shoeless and being called names that were designed to cut, and who had chosen, consciously and without flinching, not to give them what they wanted. It was not bravery. Harry had seen bravery in the Hollow Earth, the blind, thrashing defiance of creatures that fought because they had no other option. This was something else. This was a refusal to participate in cruelty, even as its object. This was sovereignty. And sovereignty was something Harry respected. He walked forward. The 3 girls didn't notice him until he was close enough to touch, because Harry moved the way all apex predators moved, without unnecessary sound, without wasted motion, without the ambient energy expenditure that prey animals used as an early warning system. When his shadow fell across the lead girl's face, she looked up, and her expression went through 3 distinct phases in the span of 2 seconds. Annoyance, who is this? Recognition, Potter, and fear, oh no. The air in the corridor was changing. The temperature was climbing. The static charge, always present around Harry, a low-level field generated by the bioelectric potential of his altered physiology, had begun to intensify, and the fine hairs on the girl's arms were standing upright, and the torches along the walls were flickering. Their flames pulled toward Harry like compass needles toward magnetic north. Harry said nothing. He looked at the lead girl. He looked at the shoes in her hand. He looked at the barefoot girl on the floor. Then he looked at the lead girl again, and his eyes, green and amber and slitted in the vertical, communicated something that words were too slow and too clumsy to convey. It was not a threat. Threats implied negotiation, implied the possibility of a different outcome if the correct conditions were met. What Harry's eyes communicated was a fact. A simple gravitational fact, as immutable and as impersonal as the orbit of the Earth around the Sun. If you do not put the shoes down and leave, something will happen to you that cannot be undone. The girl dropped the shoes. They hit the stone with a flat, empty sound. The three girls left. They did not run. Running would have required the activation of motor functions that their nervous systems had temporarily deprioritized in favor of the more fundamental task of not dying. But they walked very quickly, and they did not look back. And none of them would bully Luna Lovegood again for the rest of their time at Hogwarts. Harry picked up the shoes. He looked at them, at the little hand-painted moons and stars, the careful, whimsical brushstrokes of someone who saw beauty in things that other people overlooked, and felt something he did not have a word for, not tenderness, not pity. Something adjacent to both and identical to neither, like the feeling of seeing a small, beautiful thing survive in an environment that should have crushed it. He held the shoes out to the girl. She looked up at him. Her eyes were large, silvery gray, and utterly without fear. This alone was remarkable. Every human Harry had encountered since arriving at Hogwarts had shown some variation of fear in his presence, the flinch, the averted gaze, the micro-expressions of a nervous system recognizing a predator. This girl showed none of it. She looked at him the way she might look at an unusual cloud formation or a particularly interesting insect, with open, unflinching, wide-eyed curiosity. "Thank you," she said. Her voice was soft, dreamy, slightly disconnected from the concrete reality of the corridor in a way that suggested she was receiving information from a channel that most people did not have access to. "That was very kind, although I don't think you did it to be kind. I think you did it because they were being wrong, and you don't like wrong things in your space." Harry blinked. It was the second time someone had caught him off guard since arriving at Hogwarts, and both times the mechanism had been the same, unexpected accuracy. "What is your name?" he asked. Luna Lovegood." She took the shoes but did not put them on. She held them in her lap, her fingers tracing the painted moons. "You have very loud company, you know. The nargles around you are enormous, gold ones, 3 of them, all singing at once. Most people have small nargles. Yours are the size of planets." Harry went still. He went still the way he went still when something important happened, not frozen, not startled, but focused. Every process in his mind redirected toward the girl in front of him, analyzing, parsing, running the words through the filter of everything he knew about this world and its inhabitants. "You hear them," he said. It was not a question. "Oh, yes," Luna smiled. It was a gentle, lopsided smile that belonged in a watercolor painting of a meadow, not on the cold stone floor of a drafty corridor. "The left one is quite funny. He keeps saying things about pudding. Does he like pudding? Can beings that large eat pudding? San, Harry." "Harry, the small female, can hear me. I told her I like pudding. I don't know what pudding is, but the word feels nice in my thoughts. Can I keep her?" Harry's lip twitched. It was the closest thing to a genuine smile that anyone at Hogwarts had seen from him, and it transformed his face for a moment, briefly, terrifyingly briefly, into something that looked almost human. Almost young. Almost like the boy he might have been in a different universe, where the sky over Privet Drive had stayed gray and the doorstep had held. "His name is San," Harry said. "He is. The curious one. He says he likes pudding, though I suspect he has no idea what pudding actually is." Most people don't hear them, Luna said, with the casual acceptance of someone who had spent her entire life perceiving things that other people couldn't and had long ago stopped expecting them to catch up. They think I'm strange for hearing things. They call me loony. You are not strange. Harry said, You are perceptive. There is a difference. The creatures around me are real. They are ancient and vast and powerful beyond anything your teachers would believe. You hear them because something in you is tuned to a frequency that the rest of your species has lost. That does not make you mad. That makes you the only person in this castle who is seeing clearly. Luna looked at him for a long time. The silver-gray eyes searched his face with an intensity that had nothing to do with fear and everything to do with recognition. The recognition of one outlier by another. Two creatures that had spent their lives on the margins of a species that did not understand them. Finding each other in a cold corridor on a Tuesday afternoon. Would you like to walk me to class? She asked. The Nargles tend to scatter when you're around. It makes the hallways much quieter. Harry considered. The tactical assessment was straightforward. Luna Lovegood was not useful. She was small, fragile, magically unremarkable, and socially ostracized. Associating with her conferred no strategic advantage and opened a potential vector for emotional vulnerability that Nye would describe as suicidal. He considered this for approximately 1 second. Then he disregarded it entirely, because for the first time since arriving at Hogwarts, someone had looked at him and seen not a monster, not a weapon, not a ticking bomb, but a boy with loud friends who liked pudding. Yes, he said, I would like that. They walked. Luna talked about rackspurts and blibbering humdingers, and a father who published a magazine about things that weren't supposed to exist. Harry listened. He did not understand half of what she said, and he suspected that the other half operated on a logic system that was orthogonal to anything Ikai had ever taught him, and it didn't matter. Her voice was strange and soft, and it sat in a frequency that his reactor did not try to absorb or repel, and walking beside her, matching his stride to hers, he felt something loosen in the center of his chest that he had not known was tight. San, I like her. I like her very much. She is the best human. Do not let anyone take her shoes again, Harry. If they try, I will come through the crust of the earth and I will SIT on them. Nye, the boy is developing an attachment. This is a weakness. Ikai, perhaps, or perhaps it is an anchor. Even the strongest reactor needs a ground wire, Nye. Without one it burns out. Watch, wait, judge later. Creatures Hagrid's class was held on the edge of the Forbidden Forest, in a paddock of trampled grass bordered by a low stone wall that served no practical defensive purpose, but presumably made the students feel better about standing 30 feet from a forest that was, by all credible accounts, full of things that ate people. Hagrid himself was the largest human Harry had ever encountered, which was not saying much. Harry had been raised by a creature that used mountains as pillows, but the half-giant's size was notable in context. More notable was the emotion radiating from him. When Hagrid looked at Harry, his eyes, small, black, and shining with a wetness that Harry associated with mammalian distress signals, communicated something raw and complicated and painfully earnest. The man had known Harry's parents. He had carried Harry from the wreckage of Godric's Hollow. And now he was looking at the golden-scaled, amber-eyed creature that Harry had become with an expression that was trying very hard to be welcoming and was mostly just sad. Rig then, Hagrid said, his voice thick with forced cheer. Today we'll be working with hippogriffs, magnificent creatures. Very proud. Ye have got to be respectful, bow to 'em, let 'em decide if they like ye. If they don't bow back, stay clear because they'll. The hippogriff bowed. It bowed before Hagrid had finished speaking. It bowed before Harry had stepped into the paddock. It bowed the moment Harry's bioelectric field crossed the threshold of its sensory range. A deep, trembling genuflection that brought its eagle head to the ground and pressed its forelegs into the dirt with the rigid, involuntary submission of a prey animal that has encountered something so far above it in the hierarchy of creation that resistance is not merely futile, but conceptually impossible. The other hippogriffs followed. One by one, like dominoes falling, they sank to the ground, 12 hippogriffs, each one a proud, territorial, notoriously temperamental predator in its own right. All pressing themselves flat against the earth with their wings folded, and their eyes wide and their bodies trembling with the ancient, hardwired deference of creatures that knew, in their blood and their feathers and their hollow raptor bones, what an alpha looked like. The class stared. Hagrid stared. Harry walked into the paddock. He stopped in front of the nearest hippogriff, a great gray beast called Buckbeak, whose orange eyes were fixed on Harry with the desperate, unblinking attention of a creature that wanted very badly to not be noticed. Harry extended his hand, placed it on the hippogriff's beak. The creature shuddered. Then, slowly, with infinite care, it pressed its beak into Harry's palm and made a sound, a low, keening croon that Hagrid had never heard a hippogriff make, a sound that meant, in whatever language hippogriffs spoke to each other, "I am yours." "Well," Hagrid said after a long silence. His voice was rough. "Well, that's never happened before." Harry stroked the hippogriff's beak once. Then he turned and walked back to the edge of the paddock, and the hippogriffs rose, and they did not look at him again, because they did not dare. Draco Malfoy, who had been planning to antagonize the hippogriff as part of a scheme to discredit Hagrid and amuse his father, quietly put his hands in his pockets, and decided that today was not the day. He watched Harry from across the paddock with an expression that he hoped projected aristocratic disinterest, and actually projected something much closer to existential recalibration. Draco had grown up in a world of hierarchies. He understood power. He understood blood status and wealth and political leverage, and all the subtle, vicious mechanisms by which one wizard positioned himself above another. What he did not understand, what he was beginning to suspect he would never understand, was a hierarchy that existed outside the framework entirely, a power so vast and so fundamental that it made his father's influence look like a child rearranging furniture in a house that someone else owned. Hagrid dismissed the class early. He stood at the paddock fence for a long time after the students had gone, watching Buckbeak, who was standing very still in the center of the field with his head lowered and his wings pressed tight against his body, staring at the spot where Harry had stood as though he expected it to open up and swallow him. "What are ye, Harry Potter?" Hagrid murmured to himself, his great hands gripping the fence rail hard enough to splinter the wood. "What in Merlin's name did they turn ye into?" The forbidden forest rustled behind him. The centaurs in the tree line had been watching the class from a distance, and as Hagrid turned to leave, he could have sworn he heard one of them whisper a word he had never heard before, a word that sounded like golden and sounded like king and sounded, most of all, like the beginning of something that could not be stopped. Sheep and wolves, they came to him on a Thursday evening in the library. It was a calculated approach. Hermione had chosen the location because she felt it projected seriousness and intellectual intent. And they arrived with the carefully rehearsed energy of two people who had spent the better part of a week building up the courage to talk to someone who frightened them. On a molecular level, Ron Weasley sat down first because Ron Weasley's courage operated on a system of impulse rather than strategy, and by the time his brain caught up with his body, he was already in the chair, and it was too late to retreat. Hermione sat beside him, her back very straight, her chin very high, a stack of books clutched to her chest like a shield. "Potter," Hermione began. She had prepared notes. Harry could see the edge of a parchment list poking out from between the pages of advanced magical theory. "We've been observing your behavior in classes, and while your methods are unorthodox, they clearly demonstrate significant magical ability. Ron and I believe that, with proper guidance, you want to fix me," Harry said. Hermione faltered. "I know, not fix, we want to help. You don't seem to have any friends, and you don't follow the curriculum, and several of the teachers have expressed concern about my what?" Harry's voice was quiet, not threatening, curious, the curiosity of a biologist examining a specimen. "Your approach," Hermione finished. "You broke 3 desks in charms last week. You haven't turned in a single homework assignment. Professor Flitwick says you levitated the entire classroom furniture to the ceiling and left it there for 20 minutes. That's not normal, and if you don't start engaging with the coursework properly, you could be expelled and that concerns you, Harry said. Why? Hermione blinked. It was the same question Draco had failed to answer on the train, and it carried the same fundamental problem. It assumed that human social impulses required justification. Normal people did not ask why when offered friendship. Normal people simply accepted it or declined it within the established framework of social convention. Harry was not operating within any established framework. He was asking the question the way Ikai would have asked it. What do you gain? What do I lose? Ron, who had been silent, spoke up. Look, mate, we're just trying to be nice. Everyone's scared of you, and I dunno, that's not how school's supposed to work, is it? We thought maybe if you had some mates, people you could talk to, it might help. Plus. He grinned, a lopsided, freckled, genuinely good-natured grin that contained not a single atom of guile. Your scar is wicked cool. Where'd you get the scales? Is it true you were raised by a dragon? Harry looked at Ron. He looked at Hermione. He looked at the stack of books in her arms and the earnest, well-meaning concern in her eyes, and the hand-me-down robes on Ron's shoulders and the Gryffindor ties around both their necks, and he felt something that Ikai had warned him about. The pull. The gravitational tug of human social bonding, the biological imperative to belong to a group, to be part of a herd, to find safety in numbers. It was in his blood, the human blood, the blood his mother had given him, the blood that still remembered, despite everything, what it felt like to be held. He felt it, and he let it pass through him the way a stone lets water pass around it. You are kind, Harry said. The word sounded strange in his mouth, like a foreign language he was pronouncing for the first time. Both of you, you mean what you say. I can hear it in your heartbeat. Your pulse does not spike when you speak, which means you are not lying. This is rare among your species, and I acknowledge it. Our species, Ron said, his grin fading slightly. But you misunderstand the nature of what I am, Harry continued. You see a boy who is alone, and you assume he is lonely. You see a creature that does not follow your rules, and you assume it needs to be taught. You look at me, and you see a problem to be solved, a project, a fixer-upper, a stray to be brought in from the cold. This is your nature. You are herd animals, and herd animals cannot comprehend the concept of a creature that chooses solitude not from pain but from preference. He leaned forward. The ambient temperature rose. The books on the nearby shelves trembled in their housings, vibrating at a frequency just below audible, responding to the biothomic energy that Harry was radiating the way flowers turn toward the sun. I am not lonely. I am not broken. I do not need guidance or friends or rules written by dead men. I answer to the storm, and the storm does not answer to you. You seek to bind me to your world with kindness, and I understand that the intent is good. But you are sheep discussing the morals of wolves, and he paused. The amber in his eyes pulsed once, slow and deep, like the heartbeat of something vast. I am not a wolf. Wolves are pack animals. I am something that hunts alone, and everything beneath me is territory. The library was very quiet. Somewhere in the stacks a book fell from a shelf. Madame Pince looked up sharply, then looked at Harry and very deliberately looked away again. Hermione's face had gone through several transformations during this speech. It had started at earnest, it had passed through confused, it had briefly visited offended. And it had arrived, finally, at something that Harry did not expect, determination. You're wrong, she said. Her voice was quiet, but it did not shake. About one thing, at least. You said we're sheep. That's not accurate. Sheep don't walk up to the thing that scares them and offer to help. Sheep run. We're here. That makes us either very brave or very stupid, and I don't particularly care which one you think it is, because either way, the offer stands. Harry stared at her. For a long moment, the only sound in the library was the distant hum of the ley lines beneath the floor and the faint, nervous breathing of Ron Weasley. Then Harry stood. He gathered his focus rod from the table. He looked down at the two Gryffindors who had walked into his space and challenged him to his face and refused to flinch, and he felt that pull again, stronger this time, warmer, and he suppressed it with the practiced efficiency of a decade of Ikai's training. Brave, he said, definitely brave. But bravery and wisdom are not the same thing, Granger. The wolf does not hate the sheep. It simply does not think about the sheep at all except when it is hungry. He left. His footsteps made no sound on the stone floor. The torches along the corridor leaned toward him as he passed, their flames drawn by the gravitational distortion that followed him everywhere like a shadow. Ron and Hermione sat in the library for a long time after he left. "Well," Ron said eventually, staring at the empty chair. "That went well." "He's wrong," Hermione said again, but softer now, and there was something in her voice that sounded less like determination and more like the beginning of a very long, very difficult question. "He has to be wrong. Nobody is that alone on purpose. Nobody." Ron looked at her. He wanted to agree. He wanted to say something comforting and wise in Gryffindor. What he said was, "Did he say he could hear our heartbeats?" Hermione gathered her books. Her hands were steady. Her mind was not. "We'll try again," she said. "Not now, not tomorrow, but we'll try again." "Because that's what Gryffindors do, Ron. They try again." Ron nodded. He did not point out that trying again with Harry Potter felt less like Gryffindor bravery and more like repeatedly poking a sleeping dragon to see if it would, on the third or fourth attempt, decide not to incinerate you. He kept this observation to himself because he was learning, slowly and painfully, that some thoughts were better left inside. In the corridor outside, the torches were still leaning. The air still tasted of ozone. And somewhere, far below, in a cavern at the bottom of the world, San was humming happily to himself, because the small female with the silver eyes had smiled at Harry. And that, in San's estimation, was worth more than all the territory in the universe. 3 years passed, and Hogwarts learned to live with its predator. It was not a comfortable coexistence. Comfortable implied ease, implied a settling in, a gradual normalization of the abnormal until it became part of the furniture. What Hogwarts achieved was something more akin to the relationship between a village and the volcano on whose slopes it was built. A pragmatic, unspoken agreement to continue functioning in the shadow of something that could end everything at any moment. Sustained by the collective hope that today was not the day, Harry had grown. Not just physically, though that too, at 14, he stood taller than most sixth years, his frame lean and dense with a musculature that moved under his skin like cables under leather. The golden scales now covering his forearms completely, and running in a solid ridge from the base of his skull to the small of his back. The scales had darkened over the years, shifting from the bright gold of his childhood to a deeper, burnished amber that caught the light and held it, so that Harry seemed, in certain angles, to glow from within. His eyes had settled into their final configuration. Lily's green compressed into a thin ring around a pupil that was, unmistakably, vertically slitted, surrounded by an iris of molten amber that expanded when he was angry and contracted to a thin, blazing line when he was focused. His body temperature had stabilized at 44 degrees. The ambient bioelectric field he generated had strengthened to the point where he could no longer wear a wristwatch. The mechanisms fried within minutes, and the torches in whatever room he entered flickered and pulled toward him like flowers tracking the sun. But the deeper growth was cognitive. 3 years of observation, of cataloging, of absorbing the magical curriculum not as a student but as an analyst, had given Harry something that raw power alone could not provide: context. He understood the wizarding world now. He understood its hierarchies, its prejudices, its self-imposed limitations. He understood that wizards were not stupid. They were simply operating within a framework so narrow that they couldn't see its edges. They thought magic was a skill. Harry knew magic was a force, as fundamental as gravity, as impersonal as radiation, as indifferent to human intention as the weather. The fact that humans had learned to poke at it with sticks and make it do tricks did not make them masters of it. It made them circus performers. Luna remained his only connection to the human spectrum of experience. Their friendship, if that was the word. Harry was not certain the word applied to whatever existed between a cosmic predator and the only girl on the planet who could hear his fathers arguing about pudding, had deepened into something quiet and strange and entirely without precedent. They walked the grounds together in the evenings, Luna barefoot regardless of the weather, talking about rackspurts and ley lines and the migratory patterns of creatures that existed in textbooks of Zero and in Luna's peripheral vision. Harry listened. He always listened when Luna spoke, because Luna's perception operated on a frequency that overlapped with the hive mind's, and when she described the world, it sounded less like human fantasy and more like a Titan sensory report translated into English by someone who thought in watercolors. She had kissed him once. In October of their third year, her second, on the astronomy tower, during a meteor shower that Harry had enhanced by adjusting the local gravitational field to bend the light of the falling stars into prismatic arcs. She had turned to him, her silver eyes full of reflected fire, and pressed her lips to his cheek with the gentle, deliberate precision of someone planting a seed. Harry had gone very still. The reactor in his chest had spiked. The ambient temperature had risen 6 degrees. 2 torches in the corridor below had exploded. What was that? He had asked, his voice carrying the careful neutrality of a creature encountering a stimulus it had no framework to process. A kiss, Luna had said. Humans do it when they care about someone. I read about it. It felt like a small electrical discharge concentrated at the point of contact. Yes, Luna had agreed, smiling. That's exactly what it is, San. What happened? Why did the reactor spike? Is Harry injured? Is the small female injured? Someone tell me what happened. Nye, the female touched his face with her mouth. It appears to be a bonding ritual, San, a bonding ritual. Oh, this is wonderful. This is the best day. Ikai, the small female is bonding with our Harry. Ikai, I see it. Interesting. The child's bioelectric output destabilized for 0.3 seconds. That has never happened before, not in combat, not in training. Only now with this girl, Nye, vulnerability, Ikai perhaps, or perhaps evolution. Even Titans form pair bonds, Nye. The universe did not build us to be solitary, it built us to be selective. Harry had not kissed Luna back. He had not known how. But he had sat with her for 3 more hours on the astronomy tower, and when she had fallen asleep against his shoulder, her body temperature dangerously low by human standards. Dangerously high by the standards of anyone sitting within 2 feet of Harry Potter. He had adjusted his bioelectric field to generate a localized warming envelope around her, and he had sat perfectly still until dawn, because she was sleeping and she trusted him, and he would not move. Would not breathe too hard, would not exist too loudly until she woke. It was the most human thing he had ever done. The 4th school, the Goblet of Fire, was an artifact of considerable antiquity and moderate intelligence, and on the night of October the 31st, it made a mistake that would alter the trajectory of human history. The selection process had proceeded normally. Victor Crumb for Durmstrang expected. Fleur de Lacquer for Beauxbatons expected. Cedric Diggory for Hogwarts expected. The goblet had done its job, assessed the magical signatures of every student who had entered their name, weighed them against the criteria of the tournament, and selected the 3 champions with the dispassionate efficiency of a machine that had been performing the same function since the 14th century. And then it tasted something else. Not a name in the goblet. Not a piece of parchment deposited through proper channels. Something in the room itself. A magical signature so potent, so overwhelming, so categorically different from anything the goblet had encountered in 700 years of operation, that its selection criteria simply broke. The goblet's enchantments were designed to identify and rank wizards. Harry Potter's magical signature did not read as a wizard. It read as a location. A school. An institution of magical power so concentrated that the goblet, operating within its narrow parameters, interpreted it as a 4th competing academy, and selected its only student as champion. The flames turned red. A fourth piece of parchment shot into the air. Dumbledore caught it with the reflexes of a man who had been dreading this exact moment for 3 years and had, perhaps, always known it was coming. He read the name. His face did not change. The faces of everyone watching him did. "Harry Potter," Dumbledore said. The great hall erupted. Not in cheers and noise, the raw, undifferentiated noise of 400 people all trying to process an impossible event simultaneously. Shouts, accusations, demands for explanation. The Durmstrang contingent was on its feet. The Beauxbatons students were protesting in rapid, furious French. The Hogwarts students were looking at each other with expressions that combined outrage and terror in roughly equal measure. Harry sat at the Slytherin table and did not move. He had not entered his name. He had not asked anyone to enter it for him. He had, in fact, spent the evening of the submission deadline on the astronomy tower with Luna, discussing whether stars had feelings, and had given the goblet of fire approximately as much thought as he gave to any other piece of antique furniture. But the goblet had chosen him. And a binding magical contract had been formed. And the ambient magic of the hall was already locking the contract into the ley lines beneath the castle, weaving it into the same ancient architecture that Harry had been studying for 3 years, and he could feel it. A chain, a tether, a leash made of pure magical obligation, and it made him angry. Harry Potter did not enjoy being leashed. He stood. The table creaked. The candles nearest to him guttered and went out. He walked through the noise toward the staff table, and the noise died in his wake, conversations cutting off mid-syllable as his bioelectric field washed over the students like a wave of static. By the time he reached Dumbledore, the hall was silent. "I did not enter my name," Harry said. "I know," Dumbledore replied. His voice was quiet, tired. The voice of a man watching a disaster unfold in slow motion and finding himself unable to stop it. "But the goblet does not make mistakes, Harry. It has formed a binding contract. If you do not compete, you will lose your magic." Harry looked at him. The amber eyes blazed. "Then I will compete," he said. "But understand, Dumbledore, I do not compete, I dominate, and whatever this tournament puts in front of me will learn the difference." Behind him, at the Ravenclaw table, Luna Lovegood was watching with her chin resting on her hand and her silver eyes wide and utterly calm, as though the chaos unfolding around her was a particularly interesting nature documentary that she had been expecting all along. "The golden ones are very loud tonight," she murmured to herself. "The left one keeps saying something about eating the cup. I don't think that would help, but it's sweet that he wants to try." The Horntail, the arena, had been built in the clearing south of the Forbidden Forest, a vast amphitheater of conjured stone packed with spectators who had come to watch teenagers risk their lives for institutional prestige. The stands were full. The air buzzed with excitement, with bookmakers' odds, with the particular brand of bloodlust that civilized societies dress up as sportsmanship. The Hungarian Horntail was the largest dragon the handlers had ever transported. 40 feet from snout to tail, black-scaled, bronze-horned, with a temperament that professional dragon wranglers described, with characteristic understatement, as a bit testy. It was chained to the center of the arena by enchanted restraints that it tested every 30 seconds with experimental tugs that made the chains groan and the spectators flinch. A clutch of golden eggs was nested at its feet. The task was simple: retrieve the golden egg. The method was supposed to involve cleverness, agility, and defensive magic. The previous 3 champions had employed varying combinations of all 3, and all 3 had emerged bloodied, singed, and shaken. Harry walked into the arena without his focus rod. He wore no protective gear, no robes. He had stripped down to the trousers and boots that constituted his minimum concession to human dress codes, and the full extent of his golden scales was visible for the first time in public. The ridge along his spine, the plates on his forearms, the patches on his jaw and collarbone, all catching the pale November sunlight and throwing it back in fractured amber. The scar on his forehead pulsed with its own faint light, and the air around him shimmered with heat haze, and the grass beneath his bare feet yellowed and crisped with each step. The crowd went quiet. Not the anticipatory quiet of an audience waiting for a show. The involuntary quiet of a collective organism that has sensed, on some level beneath conscious thought, that what it is about to witness is not a performance. The horntail saw him. Its great yellow eyes, slitted, reptilian, ancient, locked onto Harry with the focused aggression of a territorial predator confronting an intruder. It reared. Its wings spread, blotting out a section of sky. Its jaws opened, and the heat shimmer in its throat told every experienced handler in the stands that a 60-foot column of dragonfire was approximately 4 seconds away. Harry stopped walking. He was 50 feet from the dragon. Close enough to feel the heat of its body, the displacement of air from its wings, the subsonic rumble of its digestive fire building in its chest. Close enough to smell it, brimstone and old blood, and the sharp, reptilian musk of a creature that had been alive since before the fall of Rome. He opened his mouth. What came out was not a word, not a spell, not a sound that any human vocal cord should have been capable of producing. It was a frequency, low, resonant, vast, amplified by the reactor in Harry's chest until it vibrated the stone of the arena and set the chains ringing like bells. It was the Alpha Call. The sound that King Ghidorah made when establishing dominance over lesser creatures, the sound that had brought titans to their knees on 100 worlds, the sound that said, in a language older than speech and more absolute than law, "I am above you. You are beneath me. Submit or be unmade." The horntail's fire died in its throat, the great head stopped mid-rear. The wings folded. The yellow eyes, which had been blazing with territorial fury 3 seconds ago, went wide, then dim, then soft, cycling through an emotional spectrum that dragons were not supposed to possess. Recognition. Assessment. Fear. And then, beneath the fear, something older and deeper and hardwired into the reptilian brain at a level that no amount of dragonfire could override: submission. The Hungarian horntail lowered its head to the ground, not slowly, not reluctantly. It dropped, 40 feet of armored muscle and bone collapsing like a building losing its foundations, the massive skull hitting the dirt with a thud that shook the arena. Its wings pressed flat against its body. Its tail curled inward, wrapping around its legs in a posture that every handler in the stands recognized with slack-jawed disbelief as the dragon equivalent of a dog rolling onto its back. The chains went slack. They had been designed to restrain a raging dragon. They were not designed for whatever this was. Harry walked forward. The distance between him and the dragon closed with each unhurried step: 40 feet, 30, 20. 10, and the crowd held its collective breath, because walking toward a Hungarian horntail without a wand was not bravery and was not madness and was not anything that fit into the established vocabulary of human risk assessment. It was sovereignty. It was the casual, absolute confidence of a creature that occupied such a fundamentally higher position in the natural order that the concept of danger did not apply. He reached the dragon. He placed his hand on its snout. The scales were hot, hot enough to blister human skin, but Harry's palm was armored in gold, and the heat was nothing, was less than nothing, was a tepid warmth compared to the ambient temperature of the hollow Earth's radiation fields. The horntail shuddered under his touch. A sound came from its throat, not a roar, not a growl, but a low, keening croon, the same sound Buckbeak had made in the paddock 3 years ago, the sound that meant "I am yours." Harry looked into the dragon's eye. The great yellow iris contracted. The vertical pupil was fixed on him with the total, devoted attention of a creature that had found its alpha and was waiting, trembling, to be told what to do. "Rest," Harry said. The word was quiet, almost gentle. "No one is going to hurt you. Rest." The horntail closed its eyes. In seconds, its breathing slowed. It slept. A 40-foot, fire-breathing apex predator curled at Harry Potter's feet like a hound on a hearth, sleeping because he had told it to. Harry picked up the golden egg. He turned to face the stands. 5,000 people stared back at him, and not one of them made a sound. The judges' scorecards were blank. Ludo Bagman's mouth was open. Barty Crouch was gripping the railing with both hands, and his face was the color of old parchment. Harry walked out of the arena. Behind him, the horntail slept on in the stands. Luna clapped. Once, twice, 3 times, a small, rhythmic sound that echoed across the silent amphitheater like a heartbeat. No one joined in. No one dared. Well done, Harry. She whispered, and she was smiling, and the smile was the only warm thing in the entire arena. They found each other in the corridor outside the champion's tent an hour after the task. Luna was carrying a copy of the Quibbler upside down, which was, she explained, the correct orientation for reading the crossword because the answers were printed in mirror script on the back page. Harry was carrying the golden egg, which hummed in his grip with a frequency that made his teeth itch. "You didn't hurt it," Luna said. She was not looking at the egg. She was looking at Harry's face with the careful, searching attention of someone checking for damage that other people might not be able to see. "The dragon, you could have killed it. You could have broken it apart with gravity the way you break rocks, but you let it sleep instead." "It was not a threat," Harry said. "It was a mother defending its nest. I understand that impulse. San would do the same." Luna's hand found his. Her fingers, small, pale, ink-stained from the crossword, laced through his, sliding between the ridges of golden scale on his knuckles. Harry's bioelectric field spiked. The torch nearest to them exploded with a soft pop, showering sparks across the stone floor. Neither of them flinched. "Your hand is very warm," Luna said. "Your hand is very small," Harry replied. "Those are both true statements," Luna agreed. "I think that's what makes them work together." They stood in the corridor for a long time, holding hands, saying nothing, while the distant sounds of the tournament celebrations echoed through the castle. Harry could feel her pulse through the contact point, 68 beats per minute, steady, calm, utterly unafraid. It was the most alien thing he had ever encountered, not the pulse itself, but the absence of fear. Every other human heart he had ever listened to had accelerated in his presence. Luna's slowed. "You make me quieter," Luna said, as though reading his thought. "The rack spurts calm down around you. Everything calms down around you. It's like standing in the eye of a hurricane. All the chaos is out there." She gestured vaguely at the world. "And in here with you, it's just still. San, I am not crying. Titans do not cry, but if we could cry, I would be crying right now. This is the most beautiful thing I have ever witnessed, and I once watched a nebula being born. Nye, I am going to pretend I did not hear any of that." Harry did not let go of her hand until she had to leave for the Ravenclaw common room. When she was gone, he stood in the corridor alone, and the torches leaned toward him, and the shadows pulled long, and the golden egg hummed in his other hand, and he felt, in the empty space where Luna's fingers had been, the faintest residual warmth. And he catalogued it not as a data point, but as something else entirely. Something he did not have a Titan word for, something human. The graveyard, the maze, was an insult, and Harry treated it as such. He did not navigate the hedgerows. He did not solve the puzzles. He did not engage with the obstacles that the tournament organizers had placed along the route, the blast-ended Scroots, the Boggart, the Sphinx with her riddles. He walked through the maze in a straight line, and the hedges parted for him. Not burned, not blasted. Parted, the vegetation bending away from his bioelectric field the way iron filings flee from a magnet. The leaves curling back, the branches pulling aside, opening a corridor of clear air that led directly to the center of the maze and the Triwizard Cup glowing on its pedestal. Cedric Diggory was already there. The Hufflepuff champion was bruised, bleeding from a cut above his left eye and breathing hard, but he was there, and the determination on his face was the kind that gets people killed, which was exactly what Harry was afraid of, not afraid for himself. Afraid for Cedric, because something was wrong. Harry had felt it since the third task had begun, a distortion in the magical field around the maze, a subtle wrongness that tickled the edges of his perception like a scent on the wind. The cup was enchanted beyond its original specifications. Someone had added a layer of magic to it, a portkey activation, poorly concealed, designed to transport whoever touched it to a location that was emphatically not the winner's podium. Harry could have warned Cedric. He could have stopped him from touching the cup. He could have destroyed the cup or disenchanted it or simply walked away. He didn't, because the wrongness intrigued him. Together, Cedric said, reaching for the cup, he was being noble, he was being fair. He was being all the things that Hufflepuffs were supposed to be. And Harry looked at him with something that might have been respect, or might have been pity, or might have been the cold. Clinical assessment of a predator calculating whether a companion would be useful in an unfamiliar hunting ground. Together, Harry said, they touched the cup. The world twisted. The maze vanished. The cheering crowd vanished. Hogwarts vanished. And they landed, hard, graceless, the portkey depositing them on their feet in a place that smelled of wet earth and old stone and something else. Something organic and rotting and wrong. A graveyard. Old headstones, tilted and mossy, arranged in crooked rows beneath a sky that was the color of a bruise. A church in the distance, dark and empty. A yew tree. A cauldron, massive, black, sitting on a bed of coals that glowed with a sickly green light, and standing beside the cauldron, a figure. Small, hunched, shaking, cradling something in its arms that Harry's senses identified immediately as magical, biological, and dying. Cedric, Harry said quietly, stand behind me, do not move, do not speak, do not draw your wand unless I tell you to. What? Do it now. Something in Harry's voice, a frequency, a weight, a quality that bypassed Cedric's conscious decision-making and spoke directly to the survival instincts hardwired into his brainstem, made the Hufflepuff obey without further question. He stepped behind Harry. He did not draw his wand. He stood very still. The hunched figure moved. A voice, high, thin, ready, the voice of a thing that should have been dead and was clinging to existence through means that made death look like a mercy, issued a command. Kill the spare. A green light erupted from the darkness. The killing curse, unblockable, unstoppable, the most forbidden of the unforgivable curses, streaked across the graveyard toward Cedric Diggory. Harry caught it, not blocked, not deflected, caught. His hand moved, faster than the eye could track, faster than nerve impulses could fire, driven by reflexes that had been honed by a decade of hunting Titan-class predators in the hollow earth. And his golden-scaled palm closed around the bolt of green light, the way a hand closes around a firefly. The killing curse hit his bioelectric field, stuttered, and was absorbed. The energy dissipated through his scales in a cascade of green sparks that ran up his arm and vanished into the reactor at his chest. Harry looked at his hand. The palm was warm. The scales were intact. He had just absorbed the most lethal spell in the wizarding world, the way a lightning rod absorbs a thunderbolt. Interesting. Cedric, behind him, made a sound that was not a word. Stay, Harry said, and walked forward into the graveyard. He let them do it. This was the part that Cedric would never understand, that Harry would never explain, because explaining it required a frame of reference that humans did not possess. Harry let Wormtail bind him to the headstone. He let the hunched, whimpering man draw the knife across his arm and collect the blood. His blood. The blood that was part human and part Titan and part something else entirely. Something that hummed with the frequency of the hive mind and crackled with the residual energy of a decade spent sleeping in the warmth of King Ghidorah's neck. He let them because he was curious. Ikai had taught him many things, but the most important lesson was this. The greatest intelligence is gathered not by fighting but by observing. A predator that attacks every threat learns nothing. A predator that watches, that waits, that allows the trap to spring and then studies the mechanism. That predator owns the trap, so Harry watched. He watched Wormtail drop the fetal, malformed thing into the cauldron. He watched the ingredients go in, bone, flesh, blood. He felt his blood leave his arm, felt it arc through the air and splash into the boiling liquid, and he felt through the hive mind. Through the bioelectric connection that linked his blood to his body, no matter how far from his veins it traveled, the moment the blood touched the thing in the cauldron, and he smiled, because the blood was not just blood. It was a carrier wave, a Trojan horse. A frequency, encoded in the biothomic structure of every cell, that carried the signature of the hive mind, Ikai, Nai, and San. Their consciousness compressed into the molecular architecture of Harry's hemoglobin, like a message in a bottle tossed into an ocean of someone else's magic. The cauldron erupted, the liquid boiled over. Steam filled the graveyard in thick, choking clouds, and from the center of the steam a figure rose. Lord Voldemort stood in the graveyard of Little Hangleton, reborn. He was tall, pale, hairless, red-eyed with pupils that were slitted like a serpent's. A deliberate aesthetic choice, Harry noted, the vanity of a man who wanted to look inhuman without understanding what inhuman actually meant. His body was new, smooth, unblemished, powerful in the way that a fresh suit is powerful, all surface and no substance. He spread his arms, he inhaled. He smiled with a mouth that had no lips, and the smile was the smile of a creature that believed itself to be the most dangerous thing in the graveyard. He was wrong. "My wand, Wormtail," Voldemort said. His voice was cold, high, sibilant. It carried the theatrical menace of a man who had practiced being frightening in front of a mirror and had, over the decades, perfected the art. "And then, my Death Eaters." Wormtail handed him the yew wand. Voldemort raised it, pressed it to the dark mark on Wormtail's arm. The sky darkened. The mark burned. And across Britain, in drawing rooms and dungeons and the back offices of the ministry, witches and wizards who had spent 13 years pretending they had never knelt before a dark lord felt the burn on their forearms and knew, with a dread as cold and certain as the grave, that the pretending was over. They came, one by one, two by two, appearing in the graveyard with the sharp crack of apparition, falling into a circle around the cauldron with the practiced choreography of a cult that had rehearsed its reunion in nightmares. Masks, robes. The uniform of cruelty formalized. Harry counted them. 23, 24. He catalogued their postures, their magical signatures, the micro-expressions visible through the eye holes of their masks: fear, relief, anticipation. The emotional cocktail of fanatics confronting the return of their god. Voldemort turned to Harry. The red eyes found the green and amber, and for a moment, the two of them looked at each other across the graveyard, and the air between them was very still. "Harry Potter," Voldemort said. "The boy who lived. I have waited a long time for this moment. 13 years, disembodied, a wraith clinging to existence through will and cunning and the grace of Horcruxes. And now, reborn in your blood, I stand before you. Do you know what I am going to do, Harry?" Harry tilted his head. The gesture, mechanical, bird-like, too sharp for a human neck, unsettled even Voldemort, though the Dark Lord hid it well. "You are going to monologue," Harry said, "and then you are going to try to kill me. And then you are going to discover that you have made a mistake so profound that the concept of mistake is insufficient to describe it." Voldemort's lipless mouth thinned, and then it happened. The first sign was a twitch. A small, involuntary spasm in Voldemort's left hand, the hand not holding the wand, that caused his fingers to clench and release in a rapid, rhythmic pattern. He looked at the hand. The Death Eaters looked at the hand. The twitch spread up the arm, across the shoulder, into the neck. Voldemort's head jerked to the left, then to the right. Then to the left again, a rapid, mechanical oscillation that looked, to anyone watching, like a man being pulled in 3 directions at once, because he was, the blood, Harry's blood, the Trojan horse. The hive mind frequency encoded in every cell had reached the Dark Lord's nervous system, and it was broadcasting. Not quietly, not subtly. It was broadcasting at full power, pouring the consciousness of 3 Titan intelligences into a brain that had been designed to hold 1 mind and was now being forced to contain 4. Ikai. "Ah, there you are, we have been waiting," Voldemort screamed. It was not the scream of a man in pain. It was the scream of a man whose sense of self was being invaded, overwritten, drowned. The red eyes flickered, red to amber, amber to red. the irises cycling through colors that did not belong to him as three alien presences settled into the crevices of his consciousness like water filling cracks in a dam, nigh, small, broken, fragmented. How many pieces of yourself have you scattered, insect? We can feel the gaps. You are Swiss cheese. You are a house with no walls. We will fill the spaces. San. Oh, this one is SAD. So sad. He has no love in him at all. It is like looking into an empty room. Can we give him a hug? I feel like he needs a hug. Voldemort staggered. His wand clattered to the ground. His hands went to his head, both hands pressing against his skull as though trying to hold the contents in, and the sounds that came from his mouth were no longer screams. They were words, fragments of words. Phrases in languages he had never spoken, thoughts that were not his, voices that were not his, a cacophony of alien intelligence pouring through the cracks in his fractured soul. What is get out, what have you, the stars, I am Lord, the stars are singing, I am the gravity is wrong, what are you? He looked at Harry. The red eyes were gone, in their place, amber. Pure, burning, Titan amber, and behind the amber, a presence that was not Voldemort and was not Harry but was older than both, older than the planet, older than the light of the nearest star. You wanted to be a god, Harry said quietly. You tore your soul into pieces and scattered them across the world and called it immortality. You built your entire existence on the fear of death, and now you have my blood in your veins, and my blood carries the voices of things that have eaten gods for breakfast. He paused. Welcome to the hive mind, Tom. Enjoy the noise. It never stops. Voldemort fled. There was no dignity in it, no theatrical exit, no final threat. The most feared Dark Lord in wizarding history turned on his heel and disapparated with a crack that sounded less like magic and more like a bone breaking, leaving behind a circle of confused, terrified Death Eaters, a cauldron full of cooling liquid, and a boy with golden scales who was smiling in a way that made the graveyard feel colder than it already was. The Death Eaters looked at each other. They looked at Harry. Several of them disapparated immediately. The smarter ones. Go, Harry told the rest. Tell the world your master has returned. Tell them he ran from a child. Tell them what you saw tonight. And then ask yourselves whether the thing you serve is worth serving, now that it shares a skull with the Storm King. They went, all of them. The graveyard emptied in seconds, the cracks of disapparition echoing off the headstones like a string of firecrackers. Harry freed himself from the headstone with a thought, the ropes disintegrating, the stone cracking, and walked back to where Cedric was still standing, exactly where Harry had told him to stand, white-faced, shaking, and alive. We're going back, Harry said. He picked up the portkey cup. Touch this. What was that? What just happened? What did you do to him? I gave him what he wanted, Harry said. Power, more power than he can possibly contain. It will eat him alive from the inside. He held out the cup. Touch this. Now, Cedric touched the cup. The graveyard twisted. The world spun, and they were back. The betrayal they were waiting for him. Harry felt it the moment he materialized at the edge of the maze, a shift in the ambient magical field, a tightening, a coordinated focusing of hostile intent that lit up his bioelectric sensors like a Christmas tree. He released the cup. He looked up. And he saw them, Dumbledore, McGonagall, Moody, or the thing wearing Moody's face. Harry had known since September that the man's magical signature was wrong. Fudge, Aurors. A dozen of them, forming a semicircle 20 feet away, wands drawn, shields raised, faces set in the grim. Determined expressions of people who have been told they are about to do something terrible, and have decided it is necessary. Behind them, more. Order of the Phoenix members, Lupin, Tonks, Shacklebolt, others Harry didn't recognize, positioned at the secondary perimeter, covering the exits, sealing the arena. The stands had been evacuated. The students were gone. This was not a welcoming committee. This was an ambush. Harry felt the dark aura before they mentioned it, the residual energy of the resurrection ritual. A corona of necrotic magic that clung to his skin like oil, black and purple, and flickering with the signature of dark arts so old they predated the classification system. To Wizard's senses, he looked exactly like what they feared. A vessel of uncontrolled power, freshly contaminated by the darkest ritual in recorded history, radiating energy that made their wards scream. Dumbledore stepped forward. His wand was not drawn, but the Elder Wand. Harry could feel its unique signature. The Death Stick, the Wand of Destiny, was in his hand, held loosely at his side in the grip of a man who hoped very much that he would not need to use it. "Harry," Dumbledore said. His voice was the voice of the first meeting, gentle, measured, warm. But beneath it, Harry heard the machinery, the calculation, the cold, utilitarian arithmetic of a man who measured lives in aggregate and had decided, finally, that the equation balanced. For the safety of the world, you must be contained. You are not a boy. You are a cataclysm. The dark energy surrounding you, the ritual, the blood magic, the Titan contamination, it has pushed you past the threshold of what we can allow to walk free. I am sorry. I am truly, deeply sorry. But I must ask you to submit to binding. Harry looked at him, then at the Aurors, then at the Order members, then back at Dumbledore. His face was calm, his eyes were not. The amber was spreading, not just in his irises but across his skin, the golden scales rippling outward from his spine in a cascade that covered his neck, his jaw, his cheekbones, his forehead, creeping over the scar and swallowing it in a tide of burnished metal. "Contained," Harry repeated. "Suppression wards," Dumbledore said. "Ancient, powerful, they will not hurt you, Harry, they will simply limit your output, bring you within parameters that allow for, you are asking me to put on a cage. I am asking you to save the world the only way I know how, by ensuring that the weapon does not fire." Harry was silent for a long moment. The wind picked up. It was not a natural wind. It came from nowhere and moved in circles, spiraling inward toward Harry with the slow, deliberate compression of a storm forming. The torches around the arena, the ones that were still lit, guttered and died. The temperature dropped, then rose. Then dropped again, oscillating in a pattern that matched Harry's heartbeat, and the ground beneath his feet began to vibrate. "I am not a weapon," Harry said. His voice was quiet. The kind of quiet that exists at the center of a hurricane, where the air is still and the pressure is absolute, and everything that happens next happens all at once. "I am not a boy. I am not your chosen one or your weapon or your cataclysm. I am the child of the Storm King. I am the fourth head of the Golden Hydra. I am the bridge between your world and the one that eats it, and you." His eyes found Dumbledore's, and what Dumbledore saw in them made the Elder Wand tremble in his grip. "You are making a mistake, perhaps," Dumbledore whispered. "But it is a mistake I must make, for the greater good." The Aurors attacked, suppression wards erupted from a dozen wands, ancient chains of light, white and gold, and inscribed with runes so old they predated Latin, spiraling toward Harry in a cage of pure magical constraint. The wards hit his bioelectric field and locked on. Harry felt them, cold, heavy, tightening around the reactor in his chest like fingers around a throat. His power output stuttered. His vision dimmed. The golden scales on his skin flickered, pulsing in and out of visibility as the suppression wards fought to dampen his energy signature. It hurt. Not the clean, sharp pain of combat, the deep, slow, suffocating pain of a fire being starved of oxygen. The reactor was still burning, still producing, still pouring energy into a body that was designed to channel it outward. But the wards were sealing the channels shut, one by one, and the pressure was building toward a threshold that the wizards who had designed the wards had never imagined, because they had never imagined something like Harry Potter. Harry dropped to one knee. The stone beneath him cracked. His hands pressed flat against the ground, and the golden scales on his palms left imprints in the rock, glowing faintly, pulsing with trapped energy. He looked up. His eyes, fully amber now, the green gone, the scar gone, the human face gone, replaced by a mask of golden scales and blazing Titan light, found the sky, found the clouds, found the thin, fragile membrane of atmosphere that separated the surface world from the void beyond, and he called. Not with his voice, with the reactor, with the hive mind link. With every cell in his body, every scale, every atom of Titan DNA that had been woven into his genome over a decade of exposure to King Ghidorah's alpha radiation. He pushed the call through the suppression wards the way a whale pushes its song through an ocean. Not around the obstacle, not through it, but with it. Using the ward's own magical frequency as a carrier wave, amplifying the signal, boosting it. Launching it through the ley lines and the bedrock and the ocean floor, and into the hollow earth with the force of a star going supernova. Harry, Father, they are hunting me. The sky broke, not metaphorically. The clouds above the arena split along a line that ran from horizon to horizon, torn apart by a pressure wave that originated not in the atmosphere, but in the earth itself. A gravitational pulse that traveled through the planet's crust at the speed of a continent shifting. Arriving at the surface as a crack in the sky that bled golden light, the suppression wards shattered. Every one of them, simultaneously. The Aurors who had been maintaining them were thrown backward, not by force, not by magic, but by the sheer, overwhelming volume of power that erupted from Harry as the chains broke. His bioelectric field expanded outward in a sphere of golden light that blew out every window in the arena, flattened the stands, cracked the bedrock of the Scottish Highlands to a depth of 30 feet, and was detected by seismographs as far away as Oslo. Harry rose to his feet. The golden armor covered him completely now, a suit of living scales that hummed and crackled and shed amber light in all directions. His eyes were twin stars. His scar was gone, absorbed into the Titan architecture of his new face. He was not a boy, he was not a wizard. He was the herald of the Storm King, and the Storm King was coming, and the sky was tearing itself apart to make room. Dumbledore stood in the wreckage of his plan, the elder wand hanging at his side, his half-moon spectacles cracked, his robes torn, blood trickling from a cut on his forehead. He looked up at the golden light pouring through the broken sky. He looked at the boy, the thing, standing in the center of the destroyed arena, blazing like a newborn sun. And Albus Dumbledore, for the first time in 150 years of life, felt something he had forgotten existed. "Despair, what have I done?" he whispered. Above him, the golden light intensified. The crack in the sky widened. And from the depths of the hollow earth, rising through miles of stone and ocean and atmosphere, with the unstoppable momentum of a celestial body entering orbit. Something vast and golden and three-headed was ascending toward the surface of the world, answering its child's call with a fury that would shake the planet to its foundations. The king was coming, and nothing on earth could stop him. The storm arrived before the king. It came from the north, not the gentle, rain-fat gray of a Scottish autumn, but something older and wronger. A wall of cloud the color of hammered gold that stretched from horizon to horizon and advanced across the highlands with the slow, grinding inevitability of a glacier. Lightning walked inside it, not bolts but sheets, vast curtains of amber light that pulsed in rhythms that were too regular, too deliberate, too biological to be weather. The clouds were not moving with the wind. They were moving against it, grinding southward through the jet stream like a freight train pushing through traffic, bending the atmosphere around their passage until the barometric pressure over Hogwarts dropped so fast that the windows of the castle cracked and the ears of every person inside popped simultaneously. Minerva McGonagall felt it first. She was in her office, marking fourth-year essays on the principles of cross-species transfiguration, when the quill in her hand snapped. Not broke, snapped, the way a twig snaps underfoot, sudden and clean, and she looked at the pieces in her fingers and knew, with the cold certainty of a woman who had survived 2 wars, that something fundamental had just changed in the world. She went to the window. The sky was gold. Not the gold of sunrise, not the gold of autumn leaves, but the gold of Harry Potter's scales, living, metallic, radiating a light that had no solar source and cast no natural shadow. The forbidden forest was bending. Not individual trees, the entire forest, the canopy tilting southward as though an invisible hand were pressing it flat, the ancient oaks and sentinel pines groaning and cracking under a gravitational pressure that had nothing to do with wind. "Albus," she whispered, though he was not in the room. "What have you done?" In the great hall, chaos had taken root. The students had been at dinner when the first tremor hit, a deep, subsonic shudder that rattled the plates on the tables and set the floating candles swinging in wide, panicked arcs. The enchanted ceiling, which usually reflected the sky above, had gone dark. Not nighttime dark blank, a featureless black void, as though the ceiling's enchantments had encountered something in the atmosphere that they could not process and had simply shut down rather than try. Prefects were trying to maintain order. They were failing. The younger students were crying. The older students were calculating exits. Draco Malfoy was standing very still at the Slytherin table, his face the color of old wax, his hands flat on the wood, his eyes fixed on the blank ceiling with an expression that said, with absolute clarity, "I knew this would happen." I didn't know when, but I knew. Hermione Granger was moving through the Gryffindor crowd with the controlled urgency of a field commander, directing younger students toward the interior corridors, away from the windows. Ron was beside her, pale but functional, his wand drawn, his freckles standing out like constellations against the bloodless white of his skin. "Everyone below third year, follow Neville to the dungeons," Hermione ordered. Her voice was steady. Her mind was not. She was thinking about Harry. About the golden light in the sky. About the things she had said in the library 3 years ago. He has to be wrong, nobody is that alone on purpose. And wondering, with a scholar's horror, whether she had been the one who was wrong all along. "Fourth year and above, stay with me. We may need to reinforce the wards." "Hermione," Ron said. His voice was very quiet. "Can wards stop that?" He was pointing at the window. Through the warped glass, they could see the golden storm swallowing the sky, and at its leading edge, faint but growing, a shape. 3 shapes, rising from the horizon like mountains deciding to stand up and walk. "No," Hermione said. "I don't think they can." Inside the castle, Harry was breaking free. They had taken him to the room of requirement after the arena. Dumbledore, McGonagall, 6 Aurors, and Alastor Moody, who had been exposed as Barty Crouch Jr. Within minutes of the betrayal, and was now unconscious in a corridor somewhere with a stunner-induced headache and a date with Veritaserum. The real Moody was still missing. Nobody had time to look for him. The room had been configured as a containment cell. Stone walls, no windows. Suppression runes carved into every surface, floor, ceiling, walls, in overlapping patterns that represented the combined expertise of Dumbledore, Flitwick, and 3 Department of Mysteries Unspeakables, who had been flued in on emergency protocols. The runes were designed to dampen magical output. They were designed to contain a Dark Lord. They were designed for the worst-case scenario that the wizarding world had ever imagined. They were not designed for Harry Potter. He stood in the center of the room, and the runes were screaming. Not metaphorically. The carved symbols were emitting a high-pitched whine that set teeth on edge and cracked the mortar between the stones. The magical energy in the suppression field vibrating at a frequency that was being overloaded. The way a glass vibrates and shatters when exposed to its resonant pitch. Harry's bioelectric field was not fighting the runes. It was harmonizing with them, matching their frequency, amplifying it, feeding it back into the system at a magnitude that the runes could not absorb. The first wall cracked at 7:42 p.m. A fissure ran from floor to ceiling, splitting a suppression rune in half, and the moment the rune broke, the energy it had been containing erupted outward in a pulse of golden light that blew the stone fragments across the corridor and killed the Auror standing guard outside before he could raise his shield. The second wall went at 7:43. The third at 7:44. The ceiling at 7:45. At 7:46, Harry Potter walked out of the room of requirement, and his skin was fully scaled, and his eyes were twin furnaces of amber light, and the corridor around him was melting. Not burning, melting, the stone liquefying under the heat and gravitational distortion of his bioelectric field. Running down the walls in rivulets of molten rock that pooled at his feet and hardened into glass beneath each step, Dumbledore was waiting in the corridor. Alone. The Elder Wand was in his hand. His face was old, older than Harry had ever seen it, the full weight of 150 years pressed into every line, every fold, every shadow beneath the half-moon spectacles. "Harry," he said, "please, there is still time to—" "There is no time," Harry said. His voice carried harmonics now, 3 layers, 3 frequencies, the hive mind bleeding through his vocal cords so that when he spoke, the echoes of Ikai and Nai and San resonated beneath his words like a chord played on an organ built by gods. "There was never any time, Dumbledore. You spent 11 years pretending I was a problem you could solve, and now the solution is coming through the sky, and it is bigger than your plans, and it is angrier than your fears, and it does not care about your greater good." Dumbledore raised the Elder Wand. His hand was steady. His eyes were wet. "Forgive me," he whispered. The spell left the Elder Wand, not a stunner, not a binding hex, but something older. Something drawn from the deepest reserves of Dumbledore's knowledge, a containment enchantment that predated Hogwarts itself, designed to seal a consciousness inside its own body. It was the most powerful single spell Albus Dumbledore had ever cast. Harry caught it in his palm. The way he had caught the killing curse. The way San caught fish in the amber sea, casually, reflexively, with the mechanical ease of a creature for whom the thing being caught was not dangerous but merely small. The golden light in his hand pulsed once, then died. "Forgiven," Harry said, and walked past him, leaving the old man standing alone in a corridor of melting stone, the Elder Wand hanging at his side like a toy that a child had outgrown. Dumbledore did not follow. He stood in the molten corridor and listened to the footsteps recede, each one a small detonation, each one a crack in the stone, each one carrying his last hope of containment further away. The portraits on the walls were empty. Their occupants had fled into deeper frames, deeper corridors, further from the heat and the light and the terrible, radiant certainty of the boy who had just walked through the most powerful containment spell in Dumbledore's arsenal, the way a man walks through fog. He leaned against the wall. The stone was hot. He didn't care. "I told you," said the portrait of Phineas Nigellus Black, peering around the edge of an empty frame 2 corridors down. His painted face was pale, paler than usual, which was an achievement for a portrait. "I told you the boy was not something you could collar. You don't put a leash on a hurricane, Dumbledore. You board up the windows and pray." Dumbledore closed his eyes. Behind the lids he saw Lily Evans, 17, fierce, red-haired, laughing at something James had said in the common room. And he wondered, with the quiet, useless despair of a man who has spent his life playing chess and has just realized the board was a fiction, whether she would have understood what her son had become, whether she would have loved him anyway. Whether love was even the right word for what you felt toward something that beautiful and that terrible and that completely, irreversibly beyond your reach. The castle shook. The golden storm above was intensifying, and in the distance, through the shattered windows, Dumbledore could hear something that made his blood freeze and his heart crack and his very old bones ache with a grief that had no name. Ghidorah's chord. The 3-note harmony. The king was close. Dumbledore straightened. He wiped his eyes. He picked up the Elder Wand and walked toward the Great Hall because whatever was coming, whatever he had unleashed, whatever apocalypse his arrogance had authored, he would face it standing. That was the only thing he had left, not plans, not power. Not the greater good, just the willingness to stand in front of the thing he had created and not look away. 3 fronts Voldemort attacked Hogwarts at 8:00 p.m. His army was a pageant of desperation. 200 Death Eaters, the old guard, the new recruits, the opportunists and the fanatics, assembled at the edge of the forbidden forest like a dark tide. Giants behind them, 3 of them, each 20 feet tall and carrying clubs fashioned from uprooted trees. Dementors above, a swarm of them, blotting out what remained of the visible sky with their ragged black forms. Inferi in the rear, the shuffling, rotting infantry of the truly desperate, raised from graves and charnel houses and pressed into service by a man who had no allies left except the dead, and at the front Voldemort himself, standing, swaying. Wrong, the hive mind was eating him alive. In the weeks since the graveyard, the voices had not faded, they had intensified. Ikai lectured him on the futility of terrestrial power. Nye screamed at him to fight, fight, fight everything, always, forever. San asked him questions. Incessant, bewildering, heartbreaking questions about love and pudding, and why humans feared the dark, and whether snakes could feel happy. And the questions were worse than the screaming because they were kind. And kindness was a language that Voldemort's soul had no capacity to translate. He had not slept since the resurrection. He could not. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw the hollow earth. He saw the amber sea and the obsidian plateau and the vast, coiled shape of the king. And the king saw him, and the king laughed, all three heads, laughing in frequencies that shattered the inside of his skull. And Voldemort woke screaming in languages he had never learned. He had come to Hogwarts not to conquer but to purge. He believed, with the fractured, desperate logic of a mind that was drowning, that killing Harry would silence the voices. That the blood link was a conduit and the conduit could be severed. That murder, as it always had, would solve the problem. He was wrong, but he was too far gone to know it. Bring me Potter. He said to his army, and his voice cracked on the last syllable. And the crack was not fear but interference, Sans voice bleeding through, wondering aloud whether the trees in the forest were the same as the crystal ferns in the hollow earth, and could you eat them, and would they crunch? The Death Eaters charged. They came in waves, the expendable first, the inferi and the conscripts, absorbing spells and dying so that the true believers behind them could advance. The giants lumbered forward, each step shaking the ground, their tree-trunk clubs swinging in arcs that shattered stone and sent bodies flying. Above them, the Dementors descended in a black cloud, their rattling breath pulling the warmth from the air, the happiness from the defenders, the hope from the night. The Order of the Phoenix met them at the gates. Remus Lupin cast the first spell, a Patronus that erupted from his wand as a silver wolf and tore through the front line of inferi, scattering the corpses like dried leaves. Nymphadora Tonks was beside him, her hair cycling through colors with the speed of her heartbeat, her wand a blur of shield charms and stunners. Kingsley Shacklebolt anchored the left flank with the calm, methodical precision of a man who had been fighting dark wizards since before half the combatants were born. Behind them, the professors. McGonagall, who had animated every suit of armor in the castle and sent them charging down the front steps with the clanking, relentless momentum of a medieval cavalry charge. Flitwick, tiny and brilliant, weaving charms of such complexity that the air around him shimmered with layered enchantments. Sprout, who had unleashed the greenhouses, devil's snare and venomous tentacula and things that had no names, creeping from the broken glass of Greenhouse 3 and dragging Death Eaters into the earth with thorned tendrils. The students who had refused to evacuate fought from the upper windows. Fred and George Weasley had turned the third-floor corridor into a kill zone of portable swamps, decoy detonators, and wildfire whiz-bangs that screamed down the stairs in cascading rivers of magical fire. Neville Longbottom stood at the main doors with a sword he had pulled from the Sorting Hat, a sword that should not have come to him, by any logic, by any tradition. But the hat had screamed at Harry and submitted to Harry, and in doing so had given up any pretense of choosing favorites. And the sword of Gryffindor went where it was needed, and tonight it was needed in the hands of a boy who was afraid and brave and standing in the gap, but none of it mattered. None of it was going to be enough. Because the Death Eaters had giants, and the giants had reach, and the Dementors had numbers, and the inferi kept coming, and the Order was 20 people trying to hold a castle against an army, and the mathematics of war did not care about courage. And then Harry arrived. The fourth vector, he came through the front doors of the castle like a comet coming through an atmosphere, trailing golden light, the stone beneath his feet cracking and melting. His bioelectric field expanding outward in a sphere of crackling energy that made every magical combatant within 50 meters stumble as their spells stuttered and died. The suppression runes on the castle walls, already weakened by the storm, shattered as he passed them, the ancient stones exploding outward in showers of dust and gravel. He stepped onto the battlefield. The night was chaos, spells crossing in the dark, screams, the crunch of giants' feet on the cobblestones, the wet, slithering sound of inferi dragging themselves across the grass. Harry walked into it the way a blade walks into flesh, without hesitation, without doubt, with the absolute, terrifying efficiency of a creature that had been designed, engineered, evolved, forged for exactly this. The first Death Eater was Dolohov. He saw Harry coming and raised his wand. He was fast by human standards, fast enough to have dueled Aurors and won, fast enough to have survived 2 wizarding wars through skill and viciousness. He was not fast enough. Harry's hand closed around Dolohov's wand arm. The contact lasted less than a second. In that second, Harry discharged 10,000 volts through the point of contact, a burst of bioelectricity that traveled through Dolohov's arm, across his chest, and out through his feet, flash-frying his nervous system in a cascade of golden light. The Death Eater was dead before his knees hit the ground. His mask melted. His wand exploded. The smell was copper and ozone and something worse. The acrid, protein-rich stench of organic matter being converted to carbon in less time than it took to scream. Harry moved on. He did not pause. He did not look back at the body. Predators did not look back. The second and third Death Eaters fell together, Crabbe and Goyle Sr. flanking Harry from opposite sides, their killing curses converging on his position in a crossfire that should have been lethal. Harry raised his hand. The gravity in a 10-foot sphere around him inverted. The killing curses curved, bent by the gravitational distortion, the way light bends around a star, and struck each other in midair, detonating in a burst of green light that Harry walked through without breaking stride. The 2 Death Eaters, caught in the inverted gravity field, were lifted from the ground, compressed together by a force that crushed armor and bone and flesh into a single dense mass that hit the earth with a wet, final sound. A giant swung its club. Harry sidestepped, not dodged, sidestepped, the smallest possible movement, the club passing 6 inches from his face, the wind of its passage ruffling the golden scales on his cheek. He placed his palm on the giant's ankle. The bioelectric discharge was larger this time, not a bolt but a sustained current, pouring through the giant's body for 3 full seconds, lighting it up from the inside like a lantern. The giant's eyes glowed amber. Its mouth opened. No sound came out. It toppled forward, a 40-foot column of dead meat, and the impact shook the ground hard enough to crack the castle's front steps. Harry kept moving. A blur of gold in the chaos, touching and killing, each contact a sentence of electricity that ended a life in the space between heartbeats. He used gravity to crush. He used electricity to burn. He used the sheer, overwhelming pressure of his bioelectric field to stop hearts at a distance. Not a spell, not a curse, but a targeted electromagnetic pulse that disrupted the electrical signals in the human heart, causing it to fibrillate and fail. It was not a battle. It was a culling. The Order watched from the castle steps. They had been fighting for their lives 30 seconds ago. Now they were spectators. Lupin lowered his wand. Tonks stopped casting. McGonagall stood at the top of the steps, her wand at her side, her face carved from something harder than stone. Watching the boy she had given 10 points to for turning a matchstick into a needle walk through an army like a scythe through wheat. And the expression on her face was not relief, and was not horror, and was not anything that had a clean, comfortable name. It was awe in the old sense, the original sense, the emotion that humans felt when confronted with the divine, the sublime, the fundamentally other. "Minerva," Lupin said. His voice was barely audible over the noise. Are we on the same side as that? McGonagall said nothing. There was nothing to say. The concept of sides implied a choice, and what was happening on the grounds of Hogwarts was not a choice. It was weather, it was geology. It was the natural world asserting its hierarchy, and Harry Potter was the hierarchy, and they were all order and Death Eaters alike, simply creatures caught in the open when the storm arrived. The king descends, the clouds opened at 8:17 p.m. It did not happen gradually. There was no parting, no slow reveal, no cinematic unveiling. One moment the sky was a solid wall of gold. The next, it split, torn open from within by a force that made the thunderclap sound like a whisper. A breach in the atmosphere so violent that the shockwave flattened every tree within a mile of the castle and knocked every standing human, wizard and Death Eater alike, off their feet. And through the breach, the king descended. The descriptions would fail. Every account written after the Battle of the Broken Sky, and there would be many in many languages by many witnesses whose lives would be defined by this single moment, would struggle with the same fundamental problem: scale. The human brain was not built to process King Ghidorah. It was not built to accept a biological entity that blotted out the sky, that displaced the air with its wingspan so violently that the resulting vacuum pulled tiles from the castle roof, that radiated a gravitational field so dense that the ground beneath its descending shadow compressed 3 inches, the soil and stone and bedrock crushed by the sheer weight of its presence even before it touched down, 3 heads, each one larger than the Hogwarts Express. 3 necks, coiling and weaving against the golden clouds like serpents made of living metal. Scales the color of ancient treasure catching the lightning and throwing it back in fractals. Wings that spanned the length of the castle grounds from the lake to the forest, membranes of dark gold that beat once, and the resulting gust tore the great hall's remaining roof off its supports and sent it spiraling into the night like a leaf. The sound came last. Not a roar. Not any sound that belonged in the vocabulary of earthly acoustics. A chord, 3 notes, sung simultaneously by 3 mouths, in frequencies that spanned the range from subsonic to ultrasonic and covered everything in between. The sound shattered every window in the castle. It cracked the ice on the Black Lake. It stopped the hearts of 3 Dementors, creatures that were not supposed to have hearts, and the black-robed figures fell from the sky like dead birds, smoking, dissolving before they hit the ground. King Ghidorah touched down on the grounds of Hogwarts, and the earth screamed. The landing was an earthquake, a 6.2 on the Richter scale, sent it on the Quidditch pitch, which was instantly obliterated. The stands, the hoops, the turf, everything within a 200-meter radius compressed into a flat disk of fused material by the gravitational distortion of the Titan's mass. The castle shook. The astronomy tower leaned. The bridge to the greenhouses collapsed, dropping 100 tons of stone into the ravine below, and then there was silence. A single, absolute second of silence, as every living thing within 10 miles stopped what it was doing and stared at the sky and confronted, in the most primal chamber of its brain, the reality of what it was seeing. Then the silence broke, and everything happened at once. Harry flew not on a broom, not with wings. He flew the way Ikai had taught him, by manipulating gravity, by reducing his mass to near zero, and then pushing against the Earth's gravitational field, launching himself upward with the effortless, physics-defying grace of a creature that had been born to occupy the sky. He rose from the battlefield in a streak of golden light, trailing sparks of bioelectricity, climbing 200, 300, 500 feet in seconds, until he was level with the king's central head. He landed on Ikai's crown. The scales beneath his feet were warm, alive, humming with the frequency of home. Ikai, we are here, child, we felt your call. Who dares to cage the sign of the storm, Harry, everyone, all of them. The wizards who fear me, and the Dark Lord who hunts me, and the old man who thinks he can contain me. They are all here, Father, all in one place. Nay, good, then we end them all in one place. Efficient, I approve, San Harry the small female. The one with the silver eyes, is she safe? Is she inside? Tell me she is inside, Harry, I don't know, I'll find her. But first, Ikai, first we remind this world what it forgot. That there are things older than their magic and stronger than their fear, and we are all of them. The gravity beams came, 3 mouths opened. 3 golden lights ignited, not bolts, not bursts, but sustained columns of gravitational energy, each one as wide as a bus, as bright as a star, pouring from the jaws of the king with a sound like the universe tearing at the seams. Ikai's beam hit the ground first, carving a trench through the battlefield that vaporized everything in its path. Inferi, soil, stone, air itself, leaving a smoking canyon 50 feet wide and glowing with residual radiation. Nye's beam swept left, strafing the Death Eater rear lines, and the masked figures caught in its path did not burn or break or fly apart. They simply ceased. Their matter was disassembled at the atomic level, their molecular bonds severed by the focused gravitational shear, and where 20 Death Eaters had been standing, there was nothing. Not bodies, not ash, not a trace, just clean, flat, glass-smooth earth. San's beam went wide, deliberately. San aimed for empty ground, the column of light carving a fire break between the castle and the battlefield, a barrier of molten rock that no army could cross. San was not a killer. San had never been a killer. San was the curious one, the gentle one, the head that loved pudding and asked questions about happiness. And even now, even in the middle of an apocalypse, he could not bring himself to aim at living things. Harry loved him for that. The battle dissolved. The Death Eaters broke. There was no rallying, no regrouping, no last stand. When a force of nature enters a battlefield, the human response is not courage but mathematics. The mathematics said, run. And they ran, disapparating in panicked, uncoordinated bursts, leaving their dead behind, leaving their master behind, scattering to the winds like chaff. The giants tried to fight. One of them, the largest, the bravest, the stupidest, swung its club at Ghidorah's leg. The club splintered. The giant looked at the broken wood in its hand, looked up at the golden mountain above it, and sat down. Just sat down, cross-legged, on the ruined ground, and put its head in its hands and gave up. The other 2 followed suit. Even giants knew when they were outclassed. The Dementors were gone. Those that the cord hadn't killed had fled, streaming north in a ragged black river, their feeding instinct overwhelmed by something they had never encountered. A creature whose emotional output was so vast, so alien, so fundamentally incompatible with the despair they fed on that proximity to it caused them physical pain. In less than 4 minutes, the army of Lord Voldemort had been reduced from 200 combatants to 1. The parasite Voldemort stood alone in the middle of the battlefield. His army was gone. His giants were sitting down. His Dementors were a memory. His Death Eaters had abandoned him with a speed that would have been humiliating if humiliation were still an emotion he was capable of processing, which it was not, because his emotional spectrum had been reduced to 3 channels. Ikai's contempt, Nye's rage, and San's bewildered. Heartbreaking pity, he was twitching. Both hands now, the involuntary spasms had spread to his entire body, his limbs jerking in arrhythmic patterns as 3 alien nervous systems fought for control of his motor functions. His red eyes were cycling, amber, red, and the lipless mouth was moving, speaking words in 3 voices simultaneously, a polyphonic gibberish of Dark Lord's threats and Titan's observations and one head's endless, gentle stream of questions. I am, we are, what is the color of sadness? I am Lord Voldemort. The gravitational constant is wrong on this planet. I will kill. Does rain feel nice? I think rain would feel nice on my scales. Silence. You have no scales, insect. You have flesh, and flesh is temporary. Stop. Why are you afraid? Fear is just a frequency. Adjust the frequency and the fear goes away. Harry descended from Ikai's head. He dropped 500 feet, caught himself 3 inches above the ground, and landed in front of Voldemort with the soft, precise sound of scales touching grass. The Dark Lord looked at him. The cycling eyes settled for a moment on red, Voldemort's red, the original red, the color of a man who had murdered his way to immortality and was now discovering, in the most visceral way possible, that immortality without sanity was not a victory but a sentence. Make it stop. Voldemort whispered. The voice was his own, thin, high, desperate. Potter, make them stop. I will give you anything, the Elder Wand, the Horcruxes, the locations, all of them. Just make the voices stop. Harry looked at him. The golden scales of his face caught the light of the fires burning across the grounds, and in that light, his expression was not cruel, and was not triumphant, and was not anything that Voldemort would have understood. It was the expression of a predator looking at prey that has already been caught, not with hunger, not with malice, but with the calm, clinical finality of a process reaching its natural conclusion. You wanted to be a god, Harry said. You split your soul into pieces and scattered them across the world like a child hiding toys, and you called it immortality. You murdered and tortured and enslaved, and you thought that power meant being the thing that everything else was afraid of. You were wrong, Tom. Power is not fear. Power is gravity. Power is the force that holds the stars in place and pulls the tides and bends the light around black holes. You wanted to be a god, but you are just a parasite. A small, frightened parasite clinging to a stolen body, wearing a stolen face, running from the one thing that every living creature must eventually face. And what is that? Voldemort rasped. Something bigger than yourself. Harry raised his hand. The reactor in his chest flared, not with violence, not with rage, but with something older and colder and more absolute. He reached out, not physically, but through the biothomic network that connected every magical system on the planet, and he found them. The Horcruxes. The scattered fragments of Tom Riddle's mutilated soul, hidden in a locket in a cave, in a cup in a vault, in a diadem in a room, in a ring in a ruin, in a diary already destroyed, in a snake coiled at the edge of the forest. He found them the way a radio finds a frequency, by tuning the reactor to the specific, unique, unmistakable signature of a soul that had been torn apart and scattered, and he pulled. Across Britain, objects exploded. In the depths of a seaside cave, the locket of Slytherin detonated, the soul fragment ripping free of its housing and streaking westward like a comet. In the Lestrange vault at Gringotts, the cup of Hufflepuff melted, the soul shrieking as it was torn from the gold. In the room of requirement, directly above them, in the very castle they were standing beside, the diadem of Ravenclaw shattered, and the soul came howling through the floors and walls and foundations, drawn by a gravitational force that no magical container could resist. They converged on Voldemort. 5 fragments of a broken soul, screaming through the air, blazing with black fire, slamming into the body that had once contained them, and the body could not hold them. It had never been able to hold them. That was the tragedy that Voldemort had never understood. You cannot tear a soul apart and expect the pieces to fit back together. The edges don't match anymore. The seams don't hold, Voldemort screamed. The sound was not a sound. It was a frequency. The frequency of a soul being forcibly reassembled. Every torn edge grinding against every other torn edge. The pain of a consciousness being made whole for the first time in 50 years. And the wholeness was worse than the fracture. Because the whole soul could feel everything the fragments had done, every murder, every torture, every stolen life, and the weight of it was unsustainable, Harry watched. His hand was still raised. The golden light poured from his palm, surrounding Voldemort in a cage of gravitational force that held the fragments in place, forcing the reassembly, denying the Dark Lord even the mercy of oblivion. You fear death, Harry said, so I will not give you death, I will give you something worse. I will give you yourself, all of yourself, every piece, every memory, every scream of every victim. You will be whole, Tom Riddle, and then you will face what you are. The golden light intensified. Voldemort's body began to change, the snake-like features softening, the red eyes fading, the pale skin gaining color. For a single terrible moment, the face of Tom Riddle, the real Tom Riddle, the handsome boy from the orphanage, the brilliant student, the child who had never been loved and had decided that love was weakness, appeared beneath the monster's mask. And Tom Riddle looked at Harry Potter with eyes that were, for the first time in decades, human. And the human eyes were full of something that the monster's eyes had never contained: horror, not at Harry, at himself. "No," he whispered. "No, I don't want to see, I don't want to." He turned to Ash. Not dramatically, not in a blaze of light or a thunderclap of dark magic. Quietly, the body simply gave up. The reassembled soul, confronted with the totality of its own atrocities, chose annihilation over existence, and the flesh followed, crumbling from the edges inward like paper burning in reverse. Until there was nothing left but a small pile of gray dust on the scorched grass of the Hogwarts grounds. The wind took it. The dust scattered. And Tom Marvolo Riddle, who had feared death above all things, died not with a bang but with a whisper, and the whisper was his own name, spoken by a voice that was, at the very end, only his. Harry lowered his hand. The golden light faded. Above him, the three heads of King Ghidorah looked down at the small pile of nothing that had once been the most feared Dark Lord in history, and Ikai said nothing, and Nai said nothing, and San said, very softly, "San, he was so sad. He was the saddest thing I have ever felt. I hope wherever he goes next, someone loves him. Everyone should be loved at least once." Harry closed his eyes. The reactor in his chest was humming. The ley lines beneath the castle were singing. The golden storm overhead was beginning slowly to dissipate, the clouds thinning, the lightning fading, the bruised sky lightening toward something that might, eventually, be dawn. And then San screamed. The bridge Luna Lovegood was on, the viaduct bridge. She had not evacuated with the other students. This was not bravery, and was not recklessness, and was not any of the things that the people who didn't understand Luna would later call it. It was simply that Luna Lovegood perceived the world differently, and what she perceived, standing on the crumbling bridge with the battle raging below and the golden god descending from the sky, was not danger but beauty. Terrible beauty. The kind of beauty that existed at the intersection of destruction and creation, where old things died and new things were born, and the transition was violent because all births are violent, and all deaths are necessary, and the universe does not apologize for either. She was watching the king. Her silver eyes were wide, unblinking, full of reflected golden light. She was smiling. Not a frightened smile, a real one. The genuine, delighted smile of a girl who had spent her entire life hearing voices that no one else could hear and seeing things that no one else could see, and who was now watching those things manifest in the sky above her in 300 feet of golden scales and cosmic fire, and who felt, for the first time in her life, not strange but vindicated. "I told them," she whispered to the wind. "I told them the singing was real." The bridge groaned. The battle had weakened its foundations, spell damage, the shockwave of Ghidorah's landing, the earthquake that had shifted the bedrock. A crack ran along the stone railing. Another followed. The bridge was failing, not all at once, but in sections, the ancient mortar giving way, the stones loosening, the structure announcing its imminent collapse with the creaking, grinding language of architecture under terminal stress. Luna did not notice, or noticed and did not care. She was listening. The three golden voices were louder now than they had ever been, not in her mind but in the air, in the stone, in the vibration of the bridge beneath her bare feet. She could hear them clearly. Ikai's deep, commanding bass, Nai's sharp, percussive snarl. And San, her favorite, the one who liked pudding and asked about happiness, San's warm, curious, wondering croon. The section of bridge behind her collapsed. 10 feet of stone dropped into the ravine, and the remaining section, the section Luna was standing on, tilted, not much, 5 degrees. Then 10. The crack in the railing widened. A stone fell, bounced twice, and vanished into the dark. Luna looked down. She looked at the growing crack beneath her feet. She looked at the long, dark drop into the ravine. "Oh," she said, with the mild surprise of someone who has just realized they left the kettle on. The bridge broke. The stone beneath her feet gave way. Luna fell. The wind caught her hair, blonde, tangled, streaming upward as she dropped. and the dark rushed up to meet her, and she did not scream, because Luna Lovegood had never screamed in her life, and she was not going to start now, not even at the end, not even as the ground sen caught her. The great golden head moved faster than anything that size should have been able to move. A blur of scales and teeth and burning crimson eyes that drove through the collapsing bridge like a battering ram, scattering stone. And the jaws, those world-ending jaws that could shear through tectonic plates, closed around Luna with a gentleness so precise, so exquisitely controlled, that the girl felt nothing but warmth. Warmth and the vibration of a croon so deep it lived in her bones, and the faint pressure of teeth the size of cars positioned around her body like the bars of a cradle, holding her, cradling her, lifting her out of the fall and into the sky with the tender, desperate care of a mother catching a child who has stumbled off a step, and set her down on the intact section of the bridge. He opened his jaws. Luna tumbled out, barefoot on the cold stone, her hair wild, her robes torn, her face flushed with windburn and adrenaline and something else, something incandescent, something that looked a lot like joy. She looked up at San. The massive head was hovering above her, the crimson eye blinking, the nostrils venting steam, the scales catching the fading golden light of the storm. He was enormous. He was terrifying. He was the left head of an extraterrestrial apex predator that had eaten civilizations. Luna reached up and placed her palm on his snout. "Hello, Kevin," she said. "Thank you for catching me. I knew you would." "San, of course I caught you. You are Harry's, and Harry's things are my things, and my things do not fall." San pressed his snout into her palm. The scales were warm. The vibration was steady. And Luna Lovegood, standing on a crumbling bridge in the middle of an apocalypse, barefoot and bruised and glowing with reflected golden light, laughed. She laughed, and the sound carried across the ruined grounds of Hogwarts, over the smoking craters and the fallen giants and the scattered ash of the dead, and it was, in that moment, the most human sound in the world. The most alive sound. The sound of a girl who had been told her whole life that the things she saw were not real, standing in front of the realest thing she had ever touched, and laughing because she had been right, and the world had been wrong. And the proof was a three-headed golden dragon from beyond the stars pressing its nose into her hand like a dog asking to be petted. Harry watched from the ground. His golden armor was cracked, the battle, the containment, the soul-ripping, all of it had drained him, and the scales were flickering, fading, the human skin showing through in patches like clouds breaking after a storm. He watched Luna pet his father's head, and the reactor in his chest did the thing again. The spike, the stutter, the momentary destabilization that happened only around her, only ever around her, and he did not suppress it this time. He let it happen. He let it spread. He let the warmth fill the spaces between the scales, and for a moment, standing in the wreckage of the world he had broken, Harry Potter felt something that Titans were not supposed to feel, and humans spent their whole lives chasing. And the universe handed out so rarely that most creatures died without ever touching it. Dawn came slowly, as though the sun itself was unsure whether the world it was rising over was the same one it had set on the night before. It was not. Hogwarts stood, but the word stood required qualifications and footnotes, and a generous reinterpretation of structural integrity. The great hall had no roof. The astronomy tower leaned at 11 degrees, and was held upright only by the ancient wards threaded through its foundations, which were themselves fractured and flickering like a lamp running on the last dregs of its oil. The viaduct bridge was gone, a gap in the castle's silhouette where stone had been, now occupied by empty air and the distant sound of water running through rubble at the bottom of the ravine. The Quidditch pitch was a crater. The greenhouses were shattered. The Whomping Willow had been uprooted by the landing shockwave and lay on its side in the mud, its branches still twitching with sullen, impotent fury. The grounds were worse. The battlefield was a moonscape, craters and trenches carved by gravity beams, patches of glass-smooth earth where concentrated energy had fused the soil into obsidian, scorched circles where giants had fallen. The forbidden forest had been pushed back 300 meters. Not cut, not burned, pushed, the tree line bent southward by the gravitational displacement of Ghidorah's landing, the ancient oaks leaning at permanent 45-degree angles, their root systems torn half out of the ground, their canopies tangled into a wall of broken wood and displaced earth that looked less like a forest and more like a barricade thrown up by a retreating army. And at the center of it all, occupying the space where the Quidditch pitch had been, resting on the fused crater of his own landing with the casual, proprietary ease of a dragon coiled on its hoard, King Ghidorah slept. He did not sleep the way earthly creatures slept. There was no stillness, no silence, no gentle rise and fall of breath. Ghidorah slept the way a reactor idles, maintaining a baseline output of gravitational and bioelectric energy that warped the air above him into a permanent heat shimmer, that bent the light around his body so that his outline shifted and flickered like a mirage, that generated a low, subsonic hum audible only to creatures with exceptional hearing, and to Luna Lovegood, who heard it from the Great Hall and described it, with characteristic precision, as a lullaby sung by a planet. The three heads rested on the ground in different directions, Ikai facing north, Nai facing west, San facing the castle, and their crimson eyes were closed, but the scales on each neck still pulsed with amber light in slow, rhythmic patterns that matched no biological clock and no earthly circadian rhythm. The satellites had seen it. That was the thing that changed everything, not the battle, not the magic, not the destruction, but the simple, irrevocable fact that a creature 300 meters long was now sitting in the Scottish Highlands, and every military satellite, whether satellite and commercial imaging platform in orbit, had captured it. The footage was already on the internet. The footage was already on every news channel on the planet. The footage was already being analyzed by governments and militaries and intelligence agencies, and the kind of people who wore suits in windowless rooms and made decisions about the future of the species. The statute of secrecy, which had protected the wizarding world from Muggle awareness for 3 centuries, had survived the reign of Grindelwald, the rise and fall of Voldemort, and 2 separate incidents involving rogue dragons over central London. It did not survive King Ghidorah. The statute shattered the moment the first smartphone video went viral. A shaky, 12-second clip filmed by a hill walker near Fort William showing a golden shape, the size of a mountain descending through the clouds. Accompanied by a soundtrack of screaming wind and the hillwalker's voice repeating, "Oh my God," in a tone that escalated from disbelief to religious terror over the course of 4 seconds. Within an hour, it had been viewed 40 million times. Within 3 hours, the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom had been briefed. Within 6, NATO had convened an emergency session. Within 12, the International Confederation of Wizards had issued its first and last joint communiqué with the United Nations, confirming the existence of magic, the existence of titans, and the absolute, non-negotiable fact that the creature in Scotland was not going to be moved by anything in the combined arsenal of human civilization. The world had changed overnight. And the world, as it always did when confronted with something it could not control, was afraid. The submission Harry entered the Great Hall at noon. The survivors were there, huddled in clusters along the house tables, which were the only furniture left standing. The ceiling was open sky, pale gray, the remnants of the golden storm thinning into wisps of cloud that drifted across the blue like the last embers of a fire. The enchanted candles were gone. The house banners were gone. The hourglasses that tracked house points were shattered on the floor, their gemstones scattered in the dust like the remnants of a system that no longer mattered. The order was there. Lupin, one arm in a sling, his face gray with exhaustion and residual Dementor exposure. Tonks, whose hair had gone white during the battle and had not yet returned to its usual color. Shacklebolt standing, because Shacklebolt would stand until his legs gave out, and then he would lean against something and keep standing. McGonagall, sitting very straight at the staff table, her robes torn, her spectacles cracked, her hands folded in front of her with the composed stillness of a woman who had cried in private and was not going to cry in public. The students were there. Hermione and Ron at the Gryffindor table, close together, Hermione's hand resting on Ron's arm in a gesture that was equal parts comfort and anchor. Neville, the sword of Gryffindor laid across his knees, his face bruised, his eyes old. Draco Malfoy, alone at the Slytherin table, staring at his hands, his father's mask lying on the table in front of him like a confession he had not yet decided to make. The Weasley twins, uncharacteristically silent, their red heads bowed. Ginny, with her arm around a crying first year. Cedric Diggory, who had not left the Great Hall since the battle, sitting at the Hufflepuff table with the hollow, thousand-yard stare of a man who had been to the graveyard and back and was still trying to decide whether he had survived, and Dumbledore, at the staff table, in his chair. The elder wand on the table in front of him, laid down with the deliberate, ceremonial finality of a soldier surrendering his sidearm. His face was old. Not the vigorous, twinkling old of his public persona, truly old, the kind of old that lives in the bones and the blood and the slow, tired rhythm of a heart that has been beating for a century and a half and is beginning to wonder why. Harry walked through the doors and the hall went silent. He was no longer in full armor. The golden scales had receded during the night, pulling back from his face and hands in a slow, reverse tide that left human skin in its wake. Flushed, warm, marked with the faint golden tracery of scales that had been there so long they had left a permanent pattern. Like the watermark on expensive paper, his eyes were green again. Lily's green. But the amber veins were still there, and the pupils were still slitted, and the scar on his forehead, visible now, free of scales, pulsed with a slow, steady light that had nothing to do with Voldemort and everything to do with the reactor still burning in his chest. He wore no robes. He wore the trousers and boots he had worn to the battle, stained with ash and carbon and the faint, iridescent residue of Titan bioelectricity. His meteorite iron focus rod hung at his hip, humming its low, constant note. He was 14 years old. He looked older. He looked like something that had been 14 once, briefly, and had decided to move on. He stopped at the center of the hall. He looked at the survivors. 400 faces looked back at him, and in those faces, Harry read the full spectrum of what he had wrought. Fear, awe, grief, gratitude, hatred, reverence, confusion, and the numb, shell-shocked blankness of people who had watched their world end and had not yet decided what to feel about the new one. Dumbledore stood. It cost him. Harry could see the effort, the slight tremor in the old man's legs, the way his hand braced against the table, the way his jaw set against the pain of injuries that had been healed but not forgotten. He stood and he looked at Harry, and then he did something that no one in the Great Hall expected, and that everyone in the Great Hall would remember for the rest of their lives. He bowed, not a nod, not a polite inclination. A bow, deep, formal, the kind of bow that one sovereign offers another when acknowledging that the balance of power has shifted permanently, irrevocably, and with no possibility of return. Albus Dumbledore, the greatest wizard of the age, the architect of 2 wars, the defeater of Grindelwald and the keeper of 100 secrets, bowed to a 14-year-old boy with golden scales and a lightning scar and the eyes of something that had been born between the stars. The age of wizards. Dumbledore said, and his voice carried across the silent hall with the resonance of a eulogy, is over. What comes next is not ours to decide, it is his. He sat down. The silence held. Harry looked at Dumbledore. He looked at the bow and what it meant and what it cost the old man to give it. And he felt something that he would never admit to Ikai and would never need to explain to San, a flicker of respect, not for the wizard's power, which was negligible, but for his willingness to bend, to break, to stand in front of the thing that had humiliated him and acknowledge it without flinching. There was courage in that. Even a Titan could recognize courage. "I did not come here to rule you," Harry said. His voice was quiet, but the hall's acoustics carried it to every ear, and the subsonic hum of the reactor beneath his words gave it a weight that settled into the listeners' chests like a second heartbeat. I did not come here to destroy you. I came because I was curious, and because my father told me that a king must know his territory before he claims it. I have known it. I have walked your halls and tasted your magic and learned your history and fought your wars, and I have decided. He paused. The silence was absolute. You will live, he said. You will continue. You will teach your children and brew your potions and wave your wands and do all the small, strange, stubborn things that make you what you are. I do not take this from you. It is not mine to take. Life is not a gift that predators give to prey. It is a force like gravity, like magic, and it does not ask permission to exist. He looked at Dumbledore. But understand, the world you knew is gone. The walls you built between yourselves and the Muggles are broken, and they will not be rebuilt. The secrets you kept are spoken. The lies you told are done. What comes next, the conversations, the treaties, the fear and the wonder and the long, difficult work of learning to share a planet with things that are bigger than you, that is yours to navigate. I will not do it for you. Kings do not administrate. Kings establish the order, and the order I establish is this. There will be no more hiding, no more statutes. No more pretending that you are the most powerful things on this earth because you are not, and the pretending made you weak. He turned. He walked toward the doors, and then he stopped because Hermione Granger was standing. She was pale. She was shaking. She was 17 years old, and she had just survived a battle that should have killed her. And she was standing up in front of a cosmic predator because Hermione Granger did not sit down when there were questions to be asked. "And what about you?" she said. Her voice cracked on the last word, but she did not sit down. "You say you didn't come to rule. You say you didn't come to destroy. What did you come for, Harry? What was the point of all of this? The school, the tournament, the battle, if you're just going to walk away?" Harry looked at her. The amber in his eyes flickered, and for a moment, just a moment, the predator's mask slipped, and underneath it, Hermione saw something she had been looking for since the day in the library when she had told Ron they would try again. The boy. The human boy. The child who had been taken from a doorstep and raised in the belly of a god and taught that love was weakness, and who had, despite everything, despite the scales and the reactor and the three voices in his head, found one person whose hand he wanted to hold and held it, and let it change him. "I came to find out if there was anything here worth staying for," Harry said. "And there was, but what is worth staying for is not always what you can keep." He left. The doors closed behind him. And Hermione sat down, very slowly, and put her face in her hands, and Ron put his arm around her, and neither of them said anything, because there was nothing to say that the silence wasn't saying better. Pax Titana in the weeks that followed, Harry remade the world, not all of it, not even most of it, but enough. The Forbidden Forest was the first to change. Harry walked into the tree line on the third day after the battle, barefoot, alone. His bioelectric field dimmed to a low simmer that made the air taste of copper, but did not actively kill the vegetation. He walked for 3 hours, moving deeper into the forest than any Hogwarts student had gone in living memory, past the centaur camps and the acromantula nests, and the clearings where unicorns grazed in the silver moonlight, until he reached the heart of the forest, a place where the ley lines converged, where the earth's magical energy rose to the surface like heat from a vent, where the trees were so old and so saturated with ambient magic that their bark glowed faintly blue in the dark. He knelt. He placed his palms on the ground, and he pushed. The energy that flowed from his reactor into the ley lines was not destructive. It was transformative. It was the same energy that had powered the hollow Earth's bioluminescent ecosystem for millions of years. A frequency of biothermic radiation that accelerated growth, deepened root systems, strengthened cell walls, and awakened dormant magical properties in the organisms it touched. The effect radiated outward from Harry's hands in a slow, golden wave that traveled through the soil at the speed of a walking man, touching every root, every fungal network, every sleeping seed. The forest responded. Within hours, the trees at the center of the forest had doubled in height. Their bark had hardened into a crystalline matrix that refracted the ambient magic into prismatic light. The undergrowth had thickened into a luminous carpet of new species: crystal ferns, bioluminescent mosses, flowering plants that opened their petals to the magical radiation and drank it in like sunlight. The air was different, thicker, warmer, charged with a metallic sweetness that tasted, to anyone who had been there, exactly like the hollow earth. Harry was building a nesting ground, not for himself, for Gidorah. A place on the surface where the king could rest, could feed on the concentrated ley line energy, could exist without the gravitational compression of the hollow earth pressing against his wings. It was a gift, a cradle. A territory claimed and prepared with the ancient, instinctive care of a creature building a den for its family. The centaurs came on the second day. They emerged from the trees in a silent line. 20 of them, the full council, their flanks gleaming in the bioluminescent light, their faces carved with the stern, ageless dignity of a species that had been reading the stars since before wizards learned to make fire. They stopped at the edge of the clearing where Harry was working. Their leader, a great bay stallion named Megorian, whose chest was broad as a barrel and whose eyes held the weight of centuries, stepped forward. He looked at Harry. He looked at the forest transforming around them. He looked at the sky, where the stars were visible even in daylight, a side effect of the ley line amplification, which had thinned the atmospheric interference above the forest to near zero. And Megorian bowed. Not the reluctant, political bow of a creature acknowledging a superior. The deep, reverent bow of a species that had been waiting for this moment since before human memory, the return of the old order, the age of Titans, the restoration of a hierarchy that wizards had spent centuries pretending didn't exist. "We have seen you in the stars," Megorian said. "For 1,000 years the heavens have spoken your name, the Golden Prince, the Storm's child. You are the one who was promised." Harry looked at him. "I am no one's promise," he said. "I am what I am. But you have lived in this forest longer than the castle has stood, and you have earned the right to remain. The nesting ground is not a kingdom, it is an ecosystem, and you are part of it." Megorian nodded. The centaurs withdrew into the trees, and they were not seen again by human eyes, and the forest swallowed them, and the forest grew. The Black Lake, 3 weeks after the battle, on an evening when the sky was the color of bruised lavender, and the first stars were appearing above the transformed forest like diamonds scattered on velvet. Harry sat by the Black Lake with Luna Lovegood, and told her he was leaving. The lake was the only part of the grounds that had survived the battle unchanged. Its surface was still and black and deep, reflecting the sky with the patient, indifferent fidelity of water that had been reflecting skies since before there were humans to look at them. The giant squid drifted somewhere in the depths, unbothered by apocalypse, unbothered by regime change, concerned only with the slow, tentacular business of being a squid. Luna was barefoot, as always. Her feet were in the water, an act that would have been inadvisable for anyone else, given the Black Lake's population of grindylows and merpeople. But the creatures of the lake had learned, in 3 weeks of proximity, that the girl who sat with the golden boy was not to be touched. She wore a jumper 3 sizes too large that she had found in the wreckage of Ravenclaw Tower, and her hair was loose, and her silver eyes were fixed on the surface of the lake with the gentle, unfocused attention of someone who was seeing something other than water. "I have to go," Harry said. He said it simply, directly, the way Ikai had taught him to speak, without preamble, without softening, without the human habit of burying the important thing beneath layers of qualifying language designed to make it hurt less. It hurt anyway. Harry could feel it, a tightness in his chest that had nothing to do with the reactor and everything to do with the girl beside him, whose feet were in the water, whose hand was 6 inches from his, whose pulse was the only human heartbeat in the world that slowed in his presence instead of racing. Luna did not look surprised. Luna never looked surprised. She looked at the lake and her expression shifted, not into sadness, not into shock, but into something quieter and deeper and more precise. The expression of someone who had always known this was coming and had decided, long ago, to feel the grief when it arrived rather than waste the time before it on anticipation. "The stars are singing," she said. It was not a question. Yes, Ghidorah is hungry. The ley lines are sustaining him, but they are finite. Earth's magic is deep, but it is slow. It replenishes over centuries, not days. And the king needs more. He has always needed more. He was never meant to stay on one planet. He was built to move, to hunt, to cross the spaces between stars and feed on the magical energy of new worlds. It is what he is. It is what I am. "I know," Luna said. "I don't want to go." The words came out before Harry could stop them. They were human words, messy, emotional, uncontrolled, the kind of words that Ikai would have edited and Nai would have suppressed, and San would have celebrated with an enthusiasm that would have shaken the hollow earth. They were the words of a boy, not a predator. A boy who had found something on this small, fragile, impossibly stubborn planet that was worth more to him than territory and power, and the cold, mathematical satisfaction of dominance. Luna looked at him. Her silver eyes found his green and amber, and what passed between them in that look was not a conversation, and was not a telepathic exchange, and was not any form of communication that could be captured in words or frequencies or the language of Titans. It was simpler than that. Older. More fundamental. It was two people who understood each other looking at each other, and knowing that the understanding was about to be separated by the distance between stars. "You were never meant to stay in a jar, Harry," Luna said. Her voice was soft. Not sad, soft, the way moonlight is soft, gentle, and silver, and present even in the dark. "You were never meant to sit in classrooms and follow timetables and pretend to be something small enough to fit inside their world. You are the golden one, the storm's child. You belong to the sky, and the sky goes on forever, and I would not love you if you were the kind of thing that could be kept." Harry's throat closed. The reactor in his chest was doing things it had never done before, fluctuating, pulsing, sending waves of energy through his body that felt less like power and more like grief, like joy, like the exquisite, unbearable collision of the two. The scales on his arms rippled, not in threat, not in display, but in the involuntary, physiological response of a body expressing an emotion it had not been designed to contain. "Come with me," he said. The words hung in the air between them. The lake lapped at Luna's feet. The stars brightened above the transformed forest, and somewhere in the depths of the nesting ground, San was humming, the warm, resonant, bone-deep frequency that meant he was happy or content or listening to something beautiful. "Come with me," Harry said again. "I can change you. The biothomic energy in my reactor, it can rewrite cellular structures, accelerate evolution, bridge the gap between what you are and what you could be. I could make you strong enough to survive the transit, strong enough to breathe in void, strong enough to stand beside me on whatever world we find next. You would not be human anymore, Luna, but you would be with me, and I." He stopped. The human words were failing. They were too small, too slow, too inadequate for the thing that was swelling in his chest, the thing that Ikai had called a vulnerability and Nai had called a weakness, and San had called the most beautiful thing he had ever witnessed. "I would not be alone," he finished. Luna was quiet for a long time. The lake breathed. The stars turned. The universe, vast and indifferent and ancient beyond measure, waited for a girl with bare feet and silver eyes to decide the course of two lives. "No," she said. Harry went still. "Not because I don't want to." Luna continued, and her voice was steady and her eyes were bright, and the tears on her cheeks caught the starlight and turned it to silver. "I want to, more than I have ever wanted anything, more than I wanted to hear the singing, more than I wanted my mother back. More than I wanted the world to believe me when I told them the things I saw were real. I want to go with you, Harry. I want to see the stars from the other side. I want to sleep in the curve of San's neck and argue with Nai about whether pudding exists on other planets, and listen to Ikai talk about the gravity of dead suns. I want all of it, every impossible, terrifying, beautiful piece of it. Then come. I can't. She reached for his hand. Her fingers found his, small and pale and warm against the golden ridges of his knuckles, and she held on with a grip that was, for her size, remarkably strong. Because someone has to stay, someone has to remember you. Someone has to stand in the place where you were and tell the story of what happened here. Not the politician's version, not the newspaper's version, not the version that makes you a monster or a messiah, but the real version. The version where a boy with golden scales held a girl's hand by a lake and asked her to come with him to the stars, and the girl said no because the world needed a witness more than it needed another wanderer. Harry's hand tightened around hers. The scales on his palm were warm. Her skin was cool. The temperature differential was measurable, quantifiable, the kind of data point that Ikai would have cataloged and filed and assigned a tactical significance to. It was not a data point. It was the feeling of holding someone you love for the last time and knowing it is the last time, and choosing to hold on anyway because the alternative is letting go. And letting go is the one thing that even a cosmic predator cannot bring himself to do. You are the bravest thing on this planet. Harry said, braver than me. Braver than the king. You walk through a world that does not believe you, and you do not bend, and you do not break, and you do not stop seeing what is real just because everyone else is blind. I have eaten gravity beams for breakfast and wrestled titans in the hollow earth and faced the darkest wizard in your history without flinching. And I am not as brave as you. Luna smiled. It was the lopsided, gentle, watercolor smile that had been the first human expression Harry had ever wanted to protect. The smile that made the reactor spike. The smile that made the torches explode. She leaned forward and she kissed him, not on the cheek. Not the careful, seed-planting kiss of the astronomy tower. This was the real thing, her lips on his, warm and soft and tasting of salt from the tears and something sweeter beneath. Something that had no name in any language, human or Titan, because it was the taste of a moment that exists outside of time. A moment where two people who should never have met and should never have worked and should never have been anything to each other are, briefly and perfectly, everything. Harry's bioelectric field spiked. Not a little. A lot. The surface of the black lake rippled outward from the shore in concentric rings. The bioluminescent plants in the nearby forest pulsed gold. 3 torches on the distant castle wall exploded simultaneously. And somewhere in the nesting ground, San felt the spike through the hive mind and made a sound that was half croon and half sob and entirely, unmistakably, Joyce San. Oh, Ikai, Nai, are you feeling this? Tell me you are feeling this, Nai. I am attempting very hard not to feel this, Ikai. I feel it, San. He is kissing her. Our Harry is kissing the small female by the lake. This is the best moment in the history of all moments across all worlds in all of time and space, and I will fight anyone who disagrees, Nai. I will not fight you on this. The kiss ended. They pulled apart. Harry's eyes were blazing, not with power, not with predatory focus, but with something rawer, something that stripped the Titan's armor from his psyche and left, for a single, unguarded moment, the boy. Just the boy. 14 years old, green-eyed, scarred, terrified, desperately in love, sitting by a lake with a girl who had heard the singing when no one else could and who had chosen to stay behind so that someone would remember. I will come back, Harry said. I don't know when. Time moves differently between the stars, but I will come back, Luna, for you. I know, Luna said, and I will be here. Because that is what priestesses do. They tend the shrine, they keep the fire, they wait. She squeezed his hand once, tight, then she let go. Harry stood. The golden scales were spreading again, slowly, gently, climbing from his spine to his shoulders, from his arms to his hands, from his neck to his jaw. The final transformation. The last threshold between the boy who had been Harry Potter and the thing he was becoming, the golden scion, the storm's heir, the bridge between the terrestrial and the celestial. He looked down at Luna. She looked up at him. The starlight was on her face, the golden light was on his. And in the space between them, 6 inches of air, a lifetime of distance, Something existed that was too large for the universe to contain and too small for either of them to hold. "Goodbye, Luna Lovegood," he said. "Goodbye, Harry Potter," she said. "Tell San I said the pudding on Tau Ceti is probably excellent." Harry laughed. It was the last human sound he would make on Earth, and it was, fittingly, the sound that Luna had taught him. The sound that didn't come from the reactor or the hive mind or the Titan DNA woven into his cells, but from the part of him that was still and always would be the baby in the blanket. The child in the rubble, the small thing that San had picked up and called his own. The stars, he went to the nesting ground. He walked through the transformed forest, through the crystal ferns and the bioluminescent moss and the trees that glowed like pillars of blue fire, and the forest parted for him the way it had always parted, not from fear, but from recognition. He was part of it, he had made it. It was his and he was its, and the boundary between the boy and the ecosystem he had created was as thin as the boundary between a river and its banks. Gidorah was awake. All three heads were raised, the crimson eyes open, the golden scales blazing with an internal light that had intensified over the past 3 weeks as the ley line energy fed the king's reserves. The great wings were folded against the body, the membranes taut, the leading edges flexing with small, anticipatory movements. The body language of a creature that knew it was about to fly. "Ikai, it is time." Harry stood at the base of the king's body. He looked up and up and up, past the legs and the torso and the coiled necks, to the three heads silhouetted against the stars. His father's, his family. The committee that had raised him, the triumvirate that had argued over his education and his diet and his combat training and his sleeping arrangements, and whether or not he was allowed to have feelings, and had concluded, after a decade of debate, that feelings were acceptable as long as they didn't interfere with the gravity beams. "I am ready," Harry said. "San, are you sad? You feel sad. I do not like when you feel sad. It makes my scales itch." "I am sad," Harry admitted, "and happy and afraid and grateful. And about 7 other things that I do not have words for, in any language, because no language was built to describe what it feels like to leave a planet where someone loves you. Nai, love is a biochemical response triggered by San. Nai, if you finish that sentence, I will bite your neck so hard your scales fall off. Nai. Love is important. I was going to say love is important. Ikai, the child has learned what we cannot teach. He has learned to hold on and let go at the same time. This is the mark of a true king. Not the ability to conquer, but the ability to leave behind what you have conquered and trust it to survive without you." Harry rose. Gravity manipulation, effortless now, as natural as breathing, the reactor in his chest adjusting his mass and his vector with the precision of a machine that had been calibrated by a decade of practice. He climbed the air like a staircase, rising past the legs, past the body, past the necks, until he was standing on the crown of Ikai's head, his bare feet on the golden scales, the wind of the upper atmosphere already pulling at his hair. He looked down. Scotland was spread beneath him. The castle, the lake, the transformed forest glowing blue and gold in the dark. Beyond it, England, Wales, the sea, the lights of cities that had not yet gone to sleep, the million small illuminations of a civilization that did not know it had just been saved, or that its savior was leaving, or that the golden shape rising from the highlands was not a threat departing but a guardian completing his last act of protection, giving them back to themselves. And there, at the edge of the Black Lake, a figure, small, blonde, barefoot, standing on the shore with her face turned upward, watching with silver eyes that saw things no one else could see. Harry raised his hand. Not in farewell, in acknowledgement, the gesture of one sovereign to another. The salute of a king to the priestess who would keep his legend alive. Luna raised hers. The wings spread. 300 meters of dark gold, catching the starlight, throwing it back in fractals. The muscles tensed. Vast, biological engines generating a thrust that would have registered on seismographs 3 countries away. The 3 heads rose, the 6 crimson eyes finding the sky, finding the stars, finding the precise vector that would carry them out of the atmosphere and into the void between worlds. Ghidorah launched. The ground cratered. The forest bent. The surface of the black lake inverted, the water rising in a dome of displaced liquid that hung for 3 full seconds, before collapsing back with a sound like thunder. The shock wave rolled across Scotland, rattling windows in Edinburgh, setting off car alarms in Glasgow, waking children in their beds who would look out their windows and see, for a single, breathless moment, a golden streak climbing the sky like a comet in reverse. They hit the atmosphere at Mach 4. The friction turned the air around them into a cocoon of fire, golden fire, not orange, not red, but the true, living gold of Titan energy, and inside the cocoon. Harry stood on Ikai's head with his arms at his sides, and his face turned upward, and his eyes, green and amber and human, and not fixed on the stars that were growing brighter, closer, realer with every second. The atmosphere thinned. The fire died. The blue of the sky darkened through indigo, through purple, through black, until there was no sky at all, only the void, vast and silent and cold and full of stars. And Harry Potter stood in it and breathed. Because the transformation that had begun on Privet Drive and continued in the hollow earth and culminated in the Battle of the Broken Sky was complete, and he no longer needed air, and he no longer needed warmth, and he no longer needed any of the small, fragile, beautiful things that humans needed to survive. He needed only the storm. And the storm was everywhere. The storm was the void itself, the electromagnetic radiation that filled the space between stars, the gravitational waves that rippled through the fabric of space-time, the cosmic background hum that was the universe's oldest song, sung since the first second of existence and still singing. Still resonating, still calling to everything that had ears to hear. Harry heard it. He had always heard it. Behind them, Earth shrank. Blue and green and white, wrapped in its thin membrane of atmosphere, spinning in its small orbit around its small star, fragile and stubborn and improbably alive. Harry watched it diminish. He watched it become a marble, then a dot, then a memory. He did not look away until it was gone. San, Harry, will you miss it? Harry thought about the hollow earth, about the amber sea and the obsidian plateau and the mire squid and the crystal ferns. He thought about the great hall and the floating candles and the sorting hat's scream. He thought about McGonagall's 10 points and Snape's bloody nose and Dumbledore's bow. He thought about Hermione's determination and Ron's freckled grin and Draco's mask on the table and Neville's sword. He thought about a dead owl and a Hogwarts letter and a pair of shoes with painted moons. He thought about Luna's hand in his, the temperature differential, the way her pulse slowed when he was near. Yes, he said, I will miss it, San. Good, missing something means it mattered. And things that matter are the only things worth crossing the universe for. Ikai, ahead, 3 light years. A system with 7 planets and a magical resonance signature that exceeds Earth's by a factor of 12. New territory, new magic, new things to learn, to claim, to become. Nigh, finally. I was getting bored, San. Nigh, you were bored when we were actively destroying things. Nigh, yes, I was bored while destroying things. Imagine how bored I am when we are not destroying things. Harry smiled. The golden scales covered him completely now, not armor but skin, his new skin, the final form. The bridge between terrestrial and celestial, between human and Titan, between the boy who had been Harry Potter and the thing he was becoming. The thing he had always been becoming. Since the night a 3-headed golden god had found a baby in the rubble and decided, against all logic, against all instinct, against the fundamental operating principles of a species built for consumption rather than compassion, to keep it, to love it. He turned his face toward the stars. The void stretched before them, infinite, silent, full of worlds that had never been tasted and magic that had never been claimed and civilizations that had never looked up and seen, descending through their clouds, the golden shape of the king and his scion, coming to teach them what the universe already knew, that there were things in the dark between the stars that were older than fear, that some of them were terrible, and that one of them once had been a boy. On the shore of the Black Lake, Luna Lovegood stood barefoot in the cold water and watched the golden trail fade against the stars until there was nothing left but the sky and the silence and the memory of warmth. She did not cry. She did not collapse. She stood, and she breathed, and she felt, in the space behind her eyes where the singing used to be. A quiet that was not empty but full of everything she had heard, and everything she had seen, and everything she had been given by a boy who had offered her the universe and respected her enough to accept her refusal. She reached into the pocket of her oversized jumper and pulled out a small object, a miniature golden dragon, three-headed, the size of a chess piece, forged from a matchstick by atomic reconstruction on the first day of Transfiguration class. Harry had left it on her pillow the night before. No note, no explanation. Just the dragon, warm to the touch, humming at a frequency that only Luna could hear. She held it to her chest. The humming resonated with something inside her, not the singing, which was gone now, faded with distance, thinning to nothing as the king carried her boy into the void. Something else. Something that the singing had left behind, the way a river leaves sediment when it changes course. A residue. A gift, a frequency that was hers now and would be hers forever, and that would allow her, on clear nights when the stars were bright and the world was quiet, to close her eyes and feel, across the impossible distance, the faintest echo of a reactor humming in a boy's chest, and know that he was out there and that he remembered and that he was coming back. Luna Lovegood smiled. She put the dragon back in her pocket. She turned, and she walked barefoot across the dewy grass, past the ruined castle and the sleeping forest and the crater where a god had rested, toward the dawn that was breaking over the mountains, golden and new and full of a future that no prophecy had predicted and no sorting hat had foreseen. Behind her, the black lake was still. The stars were fading. The world was waking up. And high above, getting smaller, getting further, getting faster, a golden trail against the infinite dark, carrying a storm and a king and a boy who had once been Harry Potter into the spaces between the stars, where new worlds waited and new magic sang, and the universe, vast and patient and endlessly hungry, opened its arms and welcomed its children home.